Okay, boys and girls, Saturday Night at the Atheist. Before anybody says anything, I wanted to make a couple of comments about my talk with Otangelo today. That's it. That's all I had.
That was cute.
Rabbits are adorable.
Yeah.
That's all we got to say.
Yeah, rabbits are also evil. Evil.
Just look at
Okay.
the Nubians.
Anyway, so we're live early with Saturday Night at the Atheist because I set it up because a couple people were supposed to show up and talk about the Pincer Argument. I did a nice little icon for it, and once again, they failed me. So anyway.
Yeah, you worked very hard on that icon. They should be very upset. Yes,
I did. I drew that icon, and I, carefully colored it with pencils. I colored in the lines.
That is the hardest part. I agree.
That is the hardest part. So after my torturous session with Otangelo, and he's a really nice guy, I really enjoy him, but I don't understand how when I was showing him that, okay, so if you have 20 things, 20 possible things, and then right down below in the next paragraph, they tell you that there were 30 samples, okay, of those 20 things that, 30 samples would have popped up. He misinterpreted that as saying there was only 1 in 30 chance. No. If you have 20 things and you have 30 samples, the chances are much, much higher of covering all those things. And I kept showing it to him, and he kept saying it. He got excited anytime he sees a big number, he gets excited. And yet at the very end of that article, which he calls an assertion, they talk about the big numbers game. And that's what it was all about. And he wanted to read that paper, but he didn't read a single thing from that paper except for that one line that said 10 to the 130th. That's it. So the reason he wanted to look at the paper again, and that number is anybody can do that calculation. If you know combinations, that's it's a real simple mathematical calculation. Back of the envelope, how many proteins there are for, how many different proteins there would be for a certain length of polypeptide. So what the fuck? Help me understand what goes wrong with thinking.
What goes wrong with thinking? I don't think the question is thought through carefully enough.
Yeah. And why would that be? Because they already have a conclusion in mind. It's like, I don't know. I don't get it. It saddens me a bit.
It's a good example of you think ghosts exist. Any bump in the night is gonna be interpreted as evidence of a ghost. This is the same thing here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. God, did I haul my raccoon food down here? Being attacked by raccoons. I need coffee. What are we going to do?
Clone yourself.
Yeah. So do you want to pull up a screen and control the video for that? Okay. You had a talk with Otangelo. Did you get anywhere?
No. But I didn't get anywhere, but it was a good chat, I guess.
Okay. You realize this represents another slip in your addiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly thought I was going to go in there and teach Otangelo some stuff about evolution, and we weren't going to talk about any abio whatsoever. How misinformed I was.
Well, I thought we were going to just talk about abio and he started talking about evolution and ribosomes and how misinformed I was, because I was trying to keep the conversation focused to the protein space, and he wanted to talk about ribosomes, he wanted to talk about chaperones, and everything else. So I don't know. I guess chaperones are probably reasonable for him to bring up, but there's no evidence that every protein needs a chaperone to fold.
Yeah.
So,
well, to me, you brought up the evolution of photosynthesis, and I was like, I thought CRISPR already mentioned that.
Let's see. So it was talking about evolution with Otangelo?
Yeah, on the God Talk.
Yeah. Okay, I've got the thing up here. So, hi, chat. Could go theater mode with that. We could run it. If do you have any particular parts that you'd like to look at, or?
Let's see. I guess. I don't know. Click on a random section. Like I wanted originally to talk about Evo Devo because that's the cool stuff that I'm trying to follow up on nowadays. But like when I was mentioning how these systems I'm trying to follow up on nowadays, but like my voice. When I was mentioning how these systems I'm trying to follow up on nowadays. Rational Inception.
That was pretty fun.
That was fun.
Rational Inception. Woo. Woo.
Oh.
Anyway, so when I was trying to bring up these changes to him, he kept going back to, okay, how did the system come into being in the first place? I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm not interested in abio right now, man.
Well, Otangelo is always interested in abio because that's his bread and butter.
Well, no, until you start talking to him about abio, and then he wants to talk to you about eukaryotic ribosomes in extant living things. So, and then you start talking about that, and then he wants to talk about abio, and then he wants to talk about how'd this happen, how'd that happen. It's the old gallop, or the slip and slide, dodge and dive, and they call us Team Dodgeball. My God.
Yeah.
It's just so amazing. Well, here we have the video. We got a strange looking lizard, and
hey, I'll have you know I'm a good looking lace monitor. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry if I thought you were strange. I come from a long line of Komodo dragons.
Don't understand.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go modify our sound output here and see how that works. See if I can hear you guys. Say something. Testing.
Speed.
Thank you. Good sound check. A little delayed, but
I was gonna make a sarcastic comment, but I couldn't think of anything.
Damn. Hate when that happens. Okay, so I don't know. Random?
Yeah, just random. The beginning part's kind of dry. I think like it start to he was just showing his papers really.
Okay.
Yeah, just scroll through it, see if like he was talking about, like I mentioned this example of the duck hind feet and how apoptosis is inhibited. And he speed? Uh-oh.
Wait, are you saying that some cells don't die in certain species? Did I hear you correctly?
No, in some areas, like in duck feet, for instance, there's a gene, I think that causes apoptosis not to occur, and so webbing develops on the feet. That's how we get duck feet.
Well, that's interesting, but I would think apoptosis still happens because cells have to die after a certain division, no?
Right. It's just it's only expressed in those regions. Everything else undergoes apoptosis. Or well, you know what I mean.
I,
Where'd
I
speed
don't know.
go?
I feel like even though there's webbing, if apoptosis should still occur because those cells would, you know, fucking reproduce, replicate replicate insanely. You know what I
Did
mean?
speed actually get kicked out of the chat?
Yes. But did you hear
Oh.
what I said?
Sorry. Well, you were saying how it was. I'm sorry. Repeat it. I'm very sorry.
No,
I'm
no,
just
that's fine. But even though ducks have webbed feet, I would think apoptosis will still happen. It's just in the feet because it happens nearly all over the body. I think you know what I mean. But
Oh yeah.
like
Oh,
yeah,
you meant in the feet specifically. Sorry, I thought you meant in the body.
well, no, in the feet specifically, apoptosis should still occur, and they should still have webbed feet. You know what I mean? If the cells keep dividing, they'll keep dividing until you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
so it seems strange to me that the ducks don't have apoptosis in their feet, and that's what causes webbing. When they would have that regardless.
I think
Like,
my intuition is probably that it's inhibited only for so long, and then once the embryo fully develops, then it doesn't develop anymore. Would be my guess. I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, Speed said his cat messed up his mic. We shall wait your return, Speed. So Orge and Scott, do you have anything interesting to say?
I just got here, so I have no idea what y'all were talking about before.
Oh,
But,
I can sum it up in one word.
what's that?
Otangelo.
I knew you were gonna say that. Gross.
Son of a bitch.
The guy who doesn't believe only one thing, and that's evolution.
That's Scott.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Speed?
Not very good. My cat just ran across the back of my computer monitors, and I have a USB device that has a really flaky power cord. And then once you disconnect from StreamYard isn't smart enough to reconnect after your shit comes back on the line. So
down with cats. Down with cats.
And
Yeah.
I have a cat. Thank you very much.
yeah.
Cats will destroy just about anything if you give them enough time to figure out how.
No. I
Yeah.
like cats also. I used to have a cat named Luna, who was a male, but whatever.
I think
Cats. You want to throw a brick at them, but they're so adorable.
Yep.
yeah, they alternate between adorable and just insanely. I want to kill them right now. It's just like sometimes I just want to shoot them.
Speed, are you sure you really want to say that live? Because you're gonna have Peter after you.
Oh yeah, well, they're already after me for eating that one cat.
This show does not. This show does not.
This shit does
What
not
can I
condone
remember?
this shit does not condone animal cruelty.
Thank you.
Every cat owner knows exactly what I'm saying. You want to kill them.
Well,
you
yeah,
love
that's
them,
true.
but you want to kill them. You know, it's just like, oh my god, they're just so busy. You know, it's like they need an on-off switch.
I mean, Andrew's a cat owner. Andrew's a cat owner, and he doesn't want to kill his cats.
Yeah. Okay, so you were talking about Abe. So he went off. He went off. Who the hell's doing that? Blink, blink, blink.
Sorry.
Blink, blink, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
If it's a
Midnight
random
is
noise
low.
of some kind, especially food related, it's going to be midnight.
What is it? What are you doing?
It's a game I'm playing on my phone. Sorry.
Stop playing it.
I apologize. It's always, as Scott says, every noise will come from me, whether I'm eating or doing something else.
You need to take that phone to the nearest mailbox receptacle and mail it to Speed
Yep. I'll
to
fix it for you.
confiscate.
Oh my god.
I mean, okay. Talking about evolution, etc. Okay, specialization, stigmergy, apoptosis, polymorphic messaging.
So,
Okay.
he shows a diagram here. I stopped on the stream somewhere where he showed the apoptosis diagram. I can't find it now. I'm not sure.
In humans?
But he had a little diagram up for apoptosis where he had
Functional cell
some
site
signaling that was involved in
the DNA
apoptosis signaling.
to the
And I mean,
fetus.
all of that
So when
stuff
she
is,
stops
he keeps
dividing,
bringing up all these
our
intricate
arms are
mechanisms,
generally the same
like
size
for
on both
protein,
sides of the
for
body. How
protein
is cell
folding and
division so
chaperone.
tied to
Speed,
level
you're
of
talking while the video's playing.
person's right
Oh,
and
I am.
left legs
Oh, sorry.
almost always
Why can't I hear the video?
Yeah, it was getting like, okay, Speed or Tangelo. It's like, what?
Okay.
Repeat your last minute, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so as like when he was talking about protein, we were talking about protein folding. He brings up chaperones. Okay, and I said, basically there's one big basket chaperone, but we don't need chaperones to fold proteins. Then he brings up more complicated chaperone mechanisms. You can always find a complicated little mechanism in extant life and make it sound more complicated than it is, but all of that stuff was not necessary for the beginning of life. That's not what the fuck we're talking about. And so he keeps doing it. So he did it to you here, right? So you mentioned apoptosis, and he's like, oh, no, it's irreducibly complex.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
And I'm not sure.
He also mentioned, does anyone know about the cell cycle? Because he also mentioned that is irreducibly complex.
Wait, the soul cycle?
Cell cycle.
Yeah, like the checkpoints in the cell cycle.
Oh, cell
Yeah.
cycle. Cell.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said soul.
sorry.
S-O-U-L.
cycle.
Yeah. Yeah, that came about very early in prokaryotes, and the evolution of that, if you look it up, there's a whole bunch of stuff that they've talked about how the spindles happened and all the different, the different phases of cell cycles. But in modern cells, you're going to have, like in human eukaryotic cells, you're going to have various cycles that, it gets triggered, by the availability of energy and nutrients or whatever. And it also gets repressed because if it didn't, we'd have cancer, right? So, I mean, there's a complicated mechanism that has evolved.
There was an interesting article I read on, I can't remember exactly the source, but they were modeling with archaean bacteria, sort of random folding processes of proteins to kind of see how that would happen. And essentially, they found that under certain conditions, proteins would sort of buckle around in unique formats, and then the way they ended up being formed still worked. And they thought this could have been a possible process back before proteins had forms. Like nature would just buckle them around, and then they would click into place that ended up being successful. And they were doing this in a computer simulation, and they recreated it with archaean bacteria. And it was a pretty interesting article.
Yeah, and proteins fold into the lowest energy state naturally. So they don't necessarily, but in cells, they can end up in globular states. If there's a bunch of them, they'll stick together. And so that's where chaperones came out when you had multiple, but when you had a high production of multiple proteins, chaperones are necessary or not necessary, but a good idea because they could keep multiple proteins from going globular before they had a chance to fold. Because one protein can stick to another protein, and in the cell, modern cell is just a mess of proteins. So for every radius of a protein, so one radius away is another protein. That's how thick it is, right? So it's like a thick soup. So, but that is not necessarily a problem for earlier cells and sparser cells, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like Otangelo wants you to have snapshots, like how you grew up. When you were 7, you look like this. 8 look like this. He wants those all to be existing in modern everythingness. Otherwise, it's irreducibly complex. It's an unanswerable question.
Here it is. Yeah, all of the transitional forms have to still be alive. Basically, and that's not how it works. That's not how it happened. So here's the apoptosis thing, right? Is that cleavage of substrates, apoptosis, apoptosome. So he found a complex apoptotic mechanism, and that was his answer to what were you guys talking about originally?
Well, I brought up like
basically,
the duck feet, and he immediately went to apoptosis and how it's irreducibly complex and stuff like that. So he did, and I kept trying to explain to them, I'm not talking about the origin of the mechanism. I could care less about that right now because that's not where my interests lie. Right. I'm more interested in what you think about how these mechanisms evolve. I'm starting to think Otangelo doesn't know what the word evolution really means.
Yeah. I don't know. He's got all of this detailed stuff that he goes through and he presents and he reads, but he doesn't seem to understand how it fits together at all. Other than that, it's complicated. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like another example, which I think I found a good question about nested hierarchies, which worked on Otangelo and also worked in my SFT chat. At least I feel like it worked. Was basically okay. So we know how nested hierarchies can be generated by common descent through genetics and stuff like that. Do we have the same sort of expectations from a common designer? And Otangelo blatantly said he doesn't know.
I heard that part. Yeah, that was one of the parts I popped in on. And then I got nauseous and I left. But that was like early on, I think, when you guys first started talking.
Yeah. And then we got into intelligent design and how apparently he's not making an argument from ignorance when he clearly is.
Yeah.
It was frustrating, but it was a neat little chat. It was
frustrating. Okay, so you enjoy being frustrated?
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I think Andrew just likes that constant state of turmoil that
constant state of
people who won't think gives you.
Constant state of
maybe.
The constant state of trying, like the little train who could, going up the hill. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, you might be right, Speed.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we nailed it. We're psychologizing, Andrew. Psychologizing.
I can see that.
Yep. Okay, I don't know. What do we want to do? Want to play this thing for a while?
Up to you. There wasn't much meat in it, but like literally, that's kind of all we talked about, essentially. But up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't need to waste a whole lot of time on Otangelisms.
Yeah, we don't.
We could talk some actual science.
Yeah, you could. Can you guys talk while I go get coffee and feed my raccoons?
Sure. I'm
sure we can manage to find something.
Okay, go for it.
So what are you guys going to do to celebrate Pi Day tomorrow?
Tomorrow's right. Tomorrow is Pi Day. Maybe I'll order myself a pie, as in pizza pie. Maybe, I don't know.
I would order a pie, but I don't have. Well, never mind.
You don't have money,
No, I have money. I just I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say.
Oh well, whatever.
My reptilian brain is failing me.
I mean,
I think every day is Pi Day.
I mean, every day is ice cream day because I had it today. But yeah,
every day is Pi Day except you throw the pie in someone's face, namely creationists.
Do they not believe in pi? Well, I did not mean to shut the whole room up.
I don't know how to respond.
Demeter just joined us. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, nice to see ya. Actually,
Peter.
not see ya, but to hear.
Well, yeah, we're just all our avatars today.
Yep. So you're enjoying the latest enlightenment from Tangelo?
Hmm.
He opened your eyes for the way of creation.
More like for the way he only read things with a view to proving his creationism.
Yeah. Did you
Which is
believe
why
him?
no.
Oh, Tangelo. That's why I simply not because I'm refusing to meet him and to discuss, but it's a problematic when you're just talking to someone that have a kind of forgetting everything that it's related to evolution immediately.
Yeah.
Do you remember there was a movie? It's called My First 50 Dates with
51st
Adam
dates,
with Adam Sandler. There was a 10 minutes Tom in the clinic. You remember that? So
I don't think I ever saw that movie.
that was a very cool movie. I mean, he was fell in love with a girl that actually was didn't remember next day what happened previous day.
Right.
There was kind of probably incident. Yeah, there was an incident in the movie, and Adam Sandler was kind of so he fell in love, but after all, every morning was new day and everything was completely new, and she every day she needed to recognize him again and again. It was very funny. But when they went in a clinic, actually the doctor presented Adam Sandler. I mean, the in the movie he presented the 10 minutes Tom. 10 minutes Tom was remembering everything about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah, I mean the movie was funny, but it's kind of disturbing and unsettling
Yeah.
when you think about it, because it meant just imagine having the entire day just completely gone from your memory.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
wow.
Hmm. That's
And
creepy.
sometimes
Who would we be without our memories?
oh, awful. Yeah, and sometimes when I'm discussing with Otangelo, so I have feeling that in front of me is some kind of 10 minutes Tom. So you
Yeah.
describe him, you describe very well what is the argument, what
I
is
mean,
all about.
Otangelo's just blind. No pun intended.
I mean, some sort of let me say I can understand him because this is he chose this way to be happy. That's what happened. This is the way he chose to be happy to be happy. So, and that's why he deny everything else. Very frequently he said that. So I mean, one of his arguments about the machinery. Cell is a machinery. Everything it's a factory. You know, all of that. It's the information, and every time
Which you
when
couldn't
you have,
define.
yeah. So and if you think about the best argument against this one is when you have something in design, so someone engineer, for example, or construction worker or anyone that designs something, he actually plan well, right? You have a how it's called that foresight, right? You have a foresight when you do something, when you wanna produce something. So the foresight, you have to see the foresight in the cell, in all of the mechanisms. You have to see the foresight. And actually, once you start learning molecular biology, you stumble immediately of lack of any foresight. There is no pre-planning here. It is obvious there was no pre-planning. And I can give you my best example for this. There is a lack of pre-planning. For example, and this is an absolutely fabulous example because it's so obvious for anyone that studied the field of molecular biology that I cannot understand how creationists can even describe foresight or planning of that. So the example is the DNA replication. And if this is alphabetic book stuff from DNA replication, so everybody can kind of imagine from the books the DNA replication as a process. It goes in two directions. Basically, you have a template, and the template goes, so the double-strand DNA, there is a melting point, where is the so-called replication eye that it's appeared. And after that, the replication goes in two directions. So you know that, right? I mean, this is not something that it is from the books, basically.
Yeah.
And now imagine, so see what is happening. The DNA replication goes in two directions. So, but the actual replication is a process is performed by polymerases, which is 5' 3' direction polymerases. So they can polymerize from 5' to 3'. And now look the situation. You have to replicate the DNA in two directions, not just from 5' to 3' end, but also from 3' end to the 5' end. And there is we don't know any polymerase, DNA-dependent polymerase or DNA RNA-dependent polymerase, any nucleic acid polymerase that is capable to polymerize in an opposite direction, in direction from 3' to 5' direction. And guess what? Because of the lack of any polymerase which is capable to polymerize in the opposite direction, there is an Okazaki fragment that it's occurred, and that's involved additional at least 20 different enzymes just to make the replication going in both directions. And what kind of planning is this? If I plan this, I will make for sure two different types of polymerases, one to go from 5' to 3' direction and another to go from 3' to 5' direction. In that case, everything will go smoothly well in both directions. But because there is no such a polymerases, God for some reason forgot, this intelligent designer somehow forgot to make a polymerase 3', 5' direction.
Right.
He needed to put another 10 different activities, 10 different activities. I mean, I can say you have primase, you have polymerase alpha, you have polymerase epsilon, which is after that you have FEN endonuclease we have to chew back to remove the primer, and you have to put a ligase back. Everything should be organized around pCNA or some kind. You have formation of some sort of loop. So it's a huge additional problems just to make the replication to go in two directions. What kind of foresight is this? Damn ID. This ID, it's stupid. Forget to make polymerase that goes from 3' to 5 from 3' to 5' direction. So this is one of my best examples for lack of any foresight. And this is fundamental process. Replication, DNA replication is absolutely fundamental. So,
And DNA replication can also go wrong, which is another thing creationists don't understand.
oh no, that's a very difficult. Yeah. No, I mean, see, I see a lots of intelligence in the study from creationists. They're capable to understand everything for sure. This is not, this is intelligent sometimes, but unfortunately, they twist everything in completely bizarre direction.
I often question whether they understand anything at all, to be honest.
Because it's appeared this way. They don't want to.
Well, like Demeter, probably a good example would be what you just mentioned of how in a sense you can have two types of complexity. You can have complexity that has no foresight, in which case it probably evolved, and you can have complexity with foresight, in which case it might have been designed. But creationists see complexity in either case and think it was designed.
Well, if you see such a complexity that it have any lack of foresight, I mean, that's so obvious. Not to mention, you can go hundreds of other examples. This is just one example. I mean, if you go in the ribosome, for example, in order to recognize the genetic code have this wobble base, which is the third, the 3' base from the genetic code is a wobble. Now, in order to be recognized, this 3' wobbled base, and to make recognition from near perfect to the perfect recognition, there is a specific mechanism in the ribosome which is called EFTU. EFTU is a protein which interacts with the tRNA, position the tRNA inside the A site, position it, and also catch it. It is catching in a way that interacts with the one loop from the large subunits. It's very strange. It's like a spring. It's appear like a spring, and this spring is released only and only if you recognize completely well. There's some mechanisms involved from the small subunits. Only when you recognize perfectly well this 3' nucleotide, then the spring releases by hydrolyzing of GTP, and now the actual amino acid goes inside and continue. If it's not recognized well, the spring mechanism will not release it. Now, you can actually make this from engineering point of view directly, every 3 nucleotides to be recognized very well immediately without need of extra mechanisms. However, that's not the case. Again, lack of any foresight. It's a perfect mechanism. It works very well. It's extremely well. Thanks to the EFTU, the fidelity of the translation as a process is enormous. It's a huge. However, it is obviously that you have a lack of foresight as well. You can make it recognize all of the 3 without even need of this EFTU additional mechanism. So that's another example. And if you go over there, you'll find so many examples. I mean, all along the DNA, so-called junk DNA, which is not junk DNA, but it's still junk DNA. It depends how you will see it. So that's an additional story. Yeah. Anyway, so.
Yep. I have a medical question.
Medical?
Yeah, one of the raccoons ripped off my left arm, and that's where I got vaccinated. Don't worry, I've stopped the bleeding. I've slowed it down. But I got vaccinated in my left arm. Do I have to get revaccinated now?
It's a rabies. Is it rabies vaccination?
What's that?
Did you use the rabies vaccination?
The
Rabies vaccination.
I didn't know that.
Rabies.
No. I'm talking about COVID. I got COVID, but it was in my left arm, and they ripped my arm off. So, and I'm just wondering if
I guess have them do it again in the other arm.
Okay.
I don't know how you get a second first.
Well,
but I'm sure there's a way to do it.
If I show them my missing arm, maybe they'll understand.
Yeah, take it with you.
Yeah.
I hope it's not so missing completely.
Yeah, they pretty much ripped it off the shoulder. They were a little hungry.
It could be that the raccoons are going to eat your arm, and then it'll make them immune to COVID.
Oh, and then the whole thing and maybe they'll bite a bat. And
so
and it'll be all over.
What do you know about this raccoon that bite you?
The raccoon that bite me? No, he didn't really bite me. They actually take food right out of my hands. They're very gentle animals. Pretty cool. I've never seen.
Until they're not, and I fully expect to hear at least about you losing a finger to a raccoon.
Well, if they get into a fight, they get into fights with each other, and they get vicious. They sound vicious, but they don't really seem to. Every now and then they'll bite each other and they'll squeal, but they don't seem to ever do any damage. So I don't know. But as far as like when they're with my cats, they show no aggression at all to cats or me or anybody else. It's just each other. I wonder if humans are like that too. You know, I mean, humans pretty much pick on each other, but we don't, kill a lot of other things. Well,
are your cats vaccinated for rabies?
Yeah, they are.
Because that's the only thing I'm worried about is your cats bringing it into the house.
Yeah, but I haven't heard any. I have not seen any evidence of rabid raccoons.
Well, we had some warnings about it in Arkansas a few years back. So
yeah, but it's a true urban myth. I ran into a rabid skunk when I was a kid. He was. I went out to our meat locker to get ice cream, and I came back and there was this skunk just trying to attack me from underneath this bench. So I went and got the shotgun and killed him. But he was like really sick looking and crazy, and he was just absolutely nuts. It was.
Hey everyone, we get raccoons.
Hey Randolph, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? We get raccoons around all the time. We see them regularly. Usually they sneak around at nighttime, but occasionally they get rabid here, and they have to be taken care of by the government.
Really, I've never seen one here.
It's rare, but it does happen. They're all frothing and they're making weird noises, and they walk funny. And
yeah. That's the way the skunk was. He was attacking me, and it's like, what the hell? It's like, dude, you're only 12 ounces, and I'm like,
They're usually. They usually don't travel. They usually just kind of stick around in the area that they're in, so usually the government can get them pretty easily. But it does happen once in a while.
Yeah, I've got a little notation here via Google. Raccoons, along with foxes, red and gray, skunks, and bats are considered a primary carrier of rabies virus in the U.S.
Yeah, that's why you need to get your rabies shots, and you need to get that renewed every 10 years. It's a vaccine that'll protect you against this. But if you do get bitten by a wild animal, they can. You got to get that treated right away, even if you're vaccinated. Yeah.
Rabid raccoons are intelligently designed to fuck you up.
The other thing you got to watch out for is if there's raccoon feces in your yard, you have to be very careful how you clean it up. You got to wear a mask and goggles and gloves. You don't want to get that on your skin, especially not in your eyes, because that can be fatal.
Really? Why?
I don't know. It's just the way raccoon feces is.
Wow.
Plus, with bees feeding them, that's probably makes them poisonous too.
How am I still alive?
Can I divert question from raccoon poop real quick?
Yeah,
I'm not an expert on it, so don't ask me.
I'm as Speed knows, I'm trying to edit a video while this is going on, and the guy's talking about a law in acts about not eating strangled animals. Do you guys know anything about that?
Never heard of it.
Okay.
That has to do, I think, with the way they prepared animals for sacrifice in pagan religions. I think you had to drain it of its blood in the
Yeah.
Old Testament. So
Yeah, there are all kinds of cautions. Like when my dad was a butcher, he ran a butcher shop on our farm, and there are all kinds of cautions about you had to bleed an animal out, and if you didn't, you had to throw the animal away. And I don't know if any of that's true or not, but I don't know. Because
so it's probably more so related to the don't eating blood than it is to anything by actually strangling. Like if you catch an animal in a strangle trap, then you just can't use it for ceremony. Is that probably how that works? Or
we used to drain the blood out of the pig and then make blood sausage with it.
I don't think God would like that.
How did that taste? Like bacon?
Oh no, it's really great. You make it with rice and
You ever had blood sausage?
oh man, blood sausage is really good. So don't buy the ones with raisins in it. The fucking Germans are crazy. They put raisins in it. Don't do that. But so stay away from German blood sausage.
I tried blueberry sausages a few years ago. They were fantastic.
Danny. ID.
Good morning,
And
guys.
there's a store here. They're putting like apples in them. There's an apricot sausage. They're putting all kinds of fruits in them. They're actually really good. My favorite is still the blueberry one.
Oh,
That sounds delicious, yeah.
Yeah, when I first tried it, I thought, okay, let's find out how this is. And it's surprisingly good.
you mean you actually eat the fruit?
You get the raw sausage with blueberries in it, and then when you cook it, it's just a wonderful taste. It all mixes together. It's amazing. I can't describe it.
I had bacon pumpkin pie a year ago, and
that
was
sounds
amazing.
interesting.
That was amazing.
Bacon makes a lot of things better.
It makes everything better, like blueberries. Cook your blueberries in bacon. Yeah.
Try it in sausage. Bacon sounds like a good option.
Oh, Speed, you have Avatar. Next
New Avatar, yep.
new Avatar.
Then
Double
slices-
close-up.
Thin slices of bacon in mac and cheese is quite good too, I hear.
Oh yes.
I find his avatar to be kind of weird. I liked his old one better, but it's okay.
My avatar represents how I looked after I had got done talking with Otangelo today.
I mean, that's anybody, though. I mean, it's like Otangelo has a unique factor about him to like make everybody just like want to go into a cave and just like never reappear from it.
Never talk to humans again.
He gets into a lot of detail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otangelo makes me lose faith in humanity to some extent.
He's not representative of humanity. Does that make you feel better?
But the fact that like he exists is kind of depressing.
The human species is a diverse lot, and he's kind of an outlier, as are a few other people that many of them end up on Twitter and other interesting places. So it can skew our view because most of the normal people aren't even replying to anything.
I mean, what's kind of is like even with SFT, like he's stupid. That's not questionable. But like, there's multiple forms like of stupid that he comes up with. But the Tangelo, it's kind of like a one-trick pony, and it's kind of boring.
Look at this comment. It's all hypothetical, and then it makes a claim. Atheism is false. Mm-hmm. Well, the problem with that is atheism is not a proposition, so your logic fails.
It depends on how you choose to define it. I mean, if you're saying it's
I'll use
like
a
the non-believing.
Yeah, standard definition. Absence of belief.
Belief no God. Well, philosophically, the philosophical one being belief no gods exist.
Philosophically, what standard are you going for there? There's no standard in philosophy, as far as I know. There's different views on the matter, but there's a lot of
historical view.
Huh?
The historical view.
I don't see how, because the etymology doesn't support that.
Atheos is without, is without, and Theos is...
Yeah.
And here we go with the famous atheism definition debate. Here we go.
I think Whisper Dick was probably being facetious there. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
No, I hope.
I mean,
it gave me a chuckle.
I believe the etymology of it is which is without, and theos, which is theism.
That's right. That is correct. Without absence. That's what it means. It's not anti.
Yeah.
Well, sure, means anti-atheism takes a position on the God claim.
Yeah, it's opposed to it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And atheism takes a different view, which is that it believes that no gods exist, typically.
Huh?
And it's kind of like it's kind of like who gives a rat's ass, because nobody is obligated to believe in God.
Yeah.
So what they call the atheist agnostics, they have no obligation to believe in God or to justify their lack of belief in God.
Yeah, that's me. I don't use anything to justify it. I just happen to be that way. So it's fine, and that's me, and that's fine. The problem I have with people trying to misdefine it is what they're doing. Really, it's part of a campaign to shift a burden of proof onto atheists. We're not making a claim. Many of us, some of us are, and so, but it's not required. And then so I reject that, because I reject the idea that I have a burden of proof when I have not made a claim.
Right.
On that note, Rent. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, do you think that positions you hold, like independent if they're making claims or not, should be justified to some extent?
Yeah, if I'm taking a position, or I'm telling you I believe something and I want you to accept that that's a rational belief, then yeah, in that case, I definitely need to justify that. That's reasonable.
I mean, like if you were to tell me like you, like that you're a moral realist and that you like mainly use utilitarianism, I don't think it'd be a fault of mine to assume that you hold like utilitarianism to be partially true.
A person is not obligated to be any kind of an ism or ist.
Well, I want to answer his question, because if I did make a claim about morality or something, any kind of claim about it, then yeah, I should be. It would be the responsible thing for me to do to justify it, and it's reasonable for people to challenge me to say, yeah, you need to justify that.
Yeah, I asked that because unfortunately I've met atheists, and I am an atheist, that don't think they have any like burden of justification at all, which I
only think that the onus of justification applies when somebody's made an assertion, a claim, stated a position, or states that they have this belief. And when somebody publicly states they hold a belief for or against something, then in a way that's like an assertion. So yeah, they have an onus.
Do you think it's irrational to be a theist?
It depends on. Now that's a great question, because there's not a straightforward answer to it. Some people will have irrational reasons for believing things, and other people will have the best rational possible reason they can come up with. For example, if somebody was to fall for Pascal's gambit and believe in a deity because of that, I wouldn't call that irrational. I would say they just need more information. But if they're saying that they believe in deities because chickens are blue and yellow in South Africa or something like that, well, obviously that's irrational. So it depends on the reason that they believe.
Okay, so not all theists are irrational then,
yeah.
Right?
Does that sound like a reasonable answer?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
I think the original context in which religions developed and why people believed in religions were actually perfectly rational. I think yeah, I mean, I just think that their view isn't.
I know what you're saying, but it is ambiguous. The word rational is like rather ambiguous.
No, I don't think so.
I would say that they have proper reason, like that they have good reason to believe that it's true, even if it's not.
Yeah, and I think the idea that you mentioned about why religion started, or religion starting on some kind of rational basis, is quite a reasonable assumption to make. It makes sense because it is something that people commonly do to try to make reasoned decisions on things.
Yeah, I mean, like if you study like most polytheistic religions, it seems that the reason they developed it was to try and understand and categorize the world around them.
And probably more reasons too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and to me, I mean, trying to explain the regularities or irregularities of the world by means of gods and the activities of gods seems perfectly. That's an intelligible thing to do.
And I think there's social reasons for it too, like that are quite reasonable, like wanting people to have the same moral standards so that the society can flourish, everybody moving forward with the same ideals, and those sorts of things.
Do you think that the social aspect of it was like a primary motivation, or like was that developed like as a secondary kind of?
I think it probably depends on who started the religion and what their reasons were.
I I think the question of like who first started it would kind of be like asking the question who first discovered the number one.
Yeah, but I'm not asking that question. I'm just saying that I think it depends on what the motives were for starting the religion, because there can be different motives for it. Like if you start a religion during a war so that you can scare the other side, well, then that's obviously probably not a moral, social reason. That's more of a motive to get your country to win the war, right?
Well, let me say here something. If you study history of religions, just before the Christian, let me say before 30th century, for example, you see a kind of relationships, let me say in a Roman Empire, for example, before Christian era. So you see relationships between the gods and people. So the relationships are very clear and very well documented as well. You're giving to the gods, and gods secure. It's like a government in the modern society. So you have relationships with the gods. You give an offer, and they give you back. And if there is a disaster, of course, some kind of natural disaster, hurricanes or earthquakes or anything like that, it is obviously who to blame, right? So to blame is the gods. That means you didn't give them or either proper way or right way. So something is wrong in these relationships. And in fact, if you think about, that's very interesting. I was thinking a lot, why in a Roman Empire someone should prosecute Christians? It doesn't make sense, because if you think why it doesn't make sense, because the Roman Empire is an empire of all religions in the territory. It was tolerated all the religions and all of the movement. So why exactly the Christians will be prosecuted? And the answer is exactly in the same relationship that I said. The Christians refuse to make a sacrifice to the gods. Therefore, they will be, according to this logic, they are responsible for the disasters, all of the plagues and earthquakes and volcanoes, eruptions, and all of that. That's why I was prosecuted, because they kind of break the chain, these interactions. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, and Randolph is probably better studied than this than I am, because admittedly it's been a hot minute since I've studied the history of religion. Some of the earliest religions, I believe, the Hindu religion was one of the first ones, along with Zoroastrianism that popped.
Actually, there's the oldest one I've been able to determine in some of the informal studies I've been doing is there's Asatru is claimed to be back as far as 38,000 BCE. Realistically, it's probably less than 10,000 years old, but it's probably one of the older ones. That's the one with Odin and Thor in it, and yeah.
Okay, this is a serious question. Would you consider spiritualism to be a form of religion, or not quite?
Yeah, the perennial philosophy is basically that there was a spiritual connected basis to it, and that was primarily nature, like paganism, natural, like a connection to the nature, to the thunderstorms, to the disasters, to the woods, to what you ate, to the earth.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. And that was sort of like, okay, that is one part of how religion develops, and that involves your personal deep connection to God, that sort of thing. And that makes sense.
The thing is, that question was for me or for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it was for you, but I wasn't.
I think spiritualism is like theism. It's not necessarily a religion, because theism is the belief in a deity or multiple deities, goddesses, gods. That's what deity means for people who aren't familiar with the term. Spiritual beliefs can be separate. There are in this realm, the theistic realm, I guess you could say, or the religious realm, to put it metaphorically, the spirits would be, I guess, like demons and angels and other things, and maybe dependent on a deity or not. I would say that for the spirits that are deity dependent, that implicitly requires belief in one or more deities, so that would be excluded from atheism. But if you're just spiritual without any deities, then yeah, you qualify as an atheist. The religion thing is a separate thing. There are religions like Scientology that are based entirely on spirits without deities. Well, not, but they're based on spirits without deities. And then most of the religions have deities in them.
Yeah, because I was going to bring up the fact about like certain the fact that certain religions exist, like or not religions necessarily, but things like animism, for instance, like the worship of animals and the like the deification of animals as being deities.
Yeah,
well, I think it's a natural progression from that spiritual connection with nature, because we were a tribal, basically. We had tribes and we had hierarchies, and we come from primates, which have hierarchies, and it's natural to start to think of this figure above all other figures that has authority, right?
No, there are tribes in the Amazon rainforest that don't have any concepts of deities.
Yeah, but there may be some one-off things, but I mean,
there's quite a few out there.
But I mean, it seems pretty obvious that the whole Christian thing is based on a tribal authority, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But tribal doesn't mean belief in God.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay. Belief in God is something somebody's come up with.
No, I'm saying the fact that, there are hierarchies in our social structure, and we have the alpha male thing, right? The alpha male is obviously God. I mean,
yeah, or the alpha female.
Yeah. Like if the alpha male dies, you might appeal to a higher thing that we higher deity right above the alpha male, that sort of thing. But I think it's a pretty natural progression. And to say that's irrational, well, it's irrational today. But to say it's irrational back then, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's a way of life. To think theistically would be a way of life, and it would frame our morality and the structure of our society. So I don't think you would say it would be irrational, but today it's most certainly is irrational, in my opinion.
I don't know necessarily.
I'd like to say Whispered IC has a very interesting avatar of Jackie Chan, and they'd be welcome to join this stream to ask these questions directly. And I think a rational empiricist has some question for me.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Andrew, also somebody, and I just forgot who it was, wanted to make sure you got the link. Okay, and that link is in the description to that site, Evidence for Macroevolution. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen that website before. I'll have to check that specific section of it. But yeah, I saw it. So I had a question for you, Randolph. Since you said you are an atheist, and I know that some people have different reasons for being atheist or for assuming different labels or positions, and you also mentioned the burden of proof, and I myself would, I guess, fall in line with what some people would call a teapot atheist. And so I was wondering. And so I was wondering, what are your thoughts on the cosmic teapot and the argument behind it?
Oh, I think it demonstrates the point very well, as very similar to what Aristotle said, that it is the mark of an enlightened mind to consider an idea without accepting it. So he's saying if somebody, well, with Bertrand Russell, what I guess he's saying with the celestial teapot argument or analogy is that if somebody were to say that there's a celestial teapot orbiting around the sun just like the Earth, but it's, I guess, locked to 180 degree at a different position, so we never see it. How can, there is a burden of proof there for the person making that claim. But if we don't hold a belief in that, we're not actually needing a burden of proof. But if we were to say, no, that teapot's not there, then that is still a claim that we need to believe. It seems to me that the claim that there is no teapot there is far more plausible, but that onus of justification or burden of proof still exists for the person claiming it is there or it's not there.
I think it's just analogous. I think it's analogous to your extent, like how you illustrated the claim, the burden of proof. That's all fine. But the thing is that teapots generate predictions. So,
well, okay.
I love this. This is great. Carry on.
Yeah, they just generate predictions. Minds don't generate predictions.
Especially with the tea leaves.
Oh, they do though. Minds generate predictions, although they're not accurate necessarily.
What sorts of predictions?
I believe
do they
that.
Predict?
They predict their environment, or they try to predict their environment at least.
It sounds to me like we're equivocating here.
You heard it here first.
An environment?
It tries to predict the state of its environment.
They do taint the water, the tea leaves.
When you say teapots generate predictions, what do you mean, Danny?
Well, like if there was a, if we're considering whether there's a teapot revolving around the sun, well, we could, in principle, expect to see something in the form of with two openings, with a handle, with something to rest on a hard surface. That a container of a sort, right? Those generate expectations in terms of what we might observe. Minds don't generate such things.
Could theoretically,
as long as the sun is not blocking our line of sight, yeah.
Right, that's why I said hence the very important word "in principle."
We could theoretically observe it. Is what you mean?
I think, Danny, you have a strange idea about how many astronomers there are and how good their telescopes are. But
no, that's why I'm saying in principle. You have to highlight the word "in principle."
I did hear you say in principle. You did rescue yourself. Thank you.
I'm the one who missed it. Yeah.
So, what if a mind is orbiting out in space, that would generate predictions too.
What would it generate?
They would generate the same type of thing. You'd expect to see something of a very specific structure with some specific.
What are you talking about?
I think I see what you mean.
I get the feeling. I get the feeling that for Danny, it's generating a little bit of stress.
What? No, I'm saying. Oh, I see. I just got the joke. No, the idea is that if there was a mind orbiting around the sun, there's nothing that I can confirm or disconfirm.
Well, you'd have to show that minds can exist without brains.
Well, I mean, it's logically possible.
It's also logically possible there's an invisible dragon in my garage. I don't
know if it's logically possible.
Invisible dragon?
Well,
what is that?
That mind would have some intention, maybe, and it could perhaps get in touch with us or in some way interact with us. So
yeah, but it could fail.
It would fail? How do you know?
It could fail.
Dragons
the point is that if it doesn't interact, and if it tries to interact with you, it could fail. And so not interacting with it doesn't disconfirm its existence.
Well, what if it's connected in some way to the teapot?
Well, then you could confirm the teapot, but you couldn't confirm the intention.
Well, if it tipped the teapot, then you could confirm the intention.
If it what?
Tipped the teapot.
What? How? In what sense? How don't I understand? Maybe you can explain.
Well, okay, minds are supposedly, in your view, your dualistic view, connected to bodies and to brains. The mind could be out there, could be connected to Russell's teapot, and it could tip the teapot, right? Because it has the intention to tip the teapot, therefore succeeding. So
I'm not getting it.
I'm sure you aren't, because I'm fucking with you.
They do have dragons in Indonesia.
I'm still hung up on the idea.
Really?
I'm still hung up on the idea that minds could exist without any kind of physical.
Yeah, we're sort of granting that. I mean,
I'm not granting that.
No, I'm granting. Oh, I see. But if you're saying they're disembodied, they can't be a disembodied mind, then that would predict a body. But there's no laws about what that body is. So you're still going to have the same problem. So I'm saying that I could grant what you're saying.
Well, you don't know that there's no laws about that. There could be laws.
I don't think there could be.
Yeah, I think
it's impossible.
So I think that if I have a candle and it's wax and a wick and I have the candle flame that's lit, can the candle flame exist without the rest of the candle?
Logically speaking,
No.
Depends what fuels the flame.
is it physically impossible?
Depends on
Yeah.
what's fueling the flame.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be. I'm not sure. It seems epistemically possible.
So I
and
don't
it's-
think that logical possibility is really a very good guide to what is physically possible.
I agree.
Correct.
Which is precisely why, but that's not why. I think that it's impossible that it's in the realm of physical possibility because of the nature of normativity.
I don't know. Maybe norms don't actually exist.
Well, then I just don't think intentions could exist.
Yeah, they might not exist. We just have this.
Well, but we were just entertaining the idea that if there were an intention, then
Maybe
would that
that's
generate a prediction?
Yeah, maybe that's just a mistake. Humans have
Even-
made for a long time.
Okay, sure. Then you're denying the hypothetical.
Yeah. I think that it's possible that intentions don't exist, but dispositions do. And I think that the idea that it's logically possible for a candle and the candle flame to come apart isn't a guide to whether or not it's actually physically possible in this world for a candle flame to come apart from the candle.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, that's great. I like it when Danny and I agree on things.
Settled.
I feel like a problem was
Very
just
rare
solved.
occasion.
I feel like a conundrum was just solved. This
We
is great.
dodged a Danny. A
I
Danny
don't
story.
think anything was
No, but I don't
solved.
think anything. I don't think anything that I initially said was wrong, though.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think anything was solved. We simply got a little bit better about the words we're using. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be reading Spinoza's Ethics right now, anyhow. So.
I really need to be reading Spinoza because there's probably a lot of interesting stuff in Spinoza.
No, it's for my class. I need to be reading it for that.
Yeah, but I need to read it just because there's probably little golden nuggets of philosophy in Spinoza.
Are you familiar, Brenda, with those little short books that are about 100 pages long in a nutshell book?
Simply explained. I have one
There's
around
a-
here
there's a-
somewhere. I don't remember which one it was though.
There's a whole in a nutshell series, I think, and I think there's one on Spinoza.
Yeah. Well, there's like a good 20, 30, 50 of them. I don't know.
Yeah, but those little ones are, that's about, I mean, if I were to prescribe something to somebody because I cared about them, I would prescribe the in a nutshell book and not to read the source. I don't know. But
No,
Yes.
well, okay, yeah, I agree for somebody, but if you are serious, you do need to read the source, and I think
Oh, you
Dan
do,
will back
yeah, if
me
you-
up on this.
if you want to go further,
It's not that hard. It's not that bad. Reading Descartes and Locke is kind of weird, and some of the others, reading them in their own words is actually fascinating to me. In the course I've been taking, we read the original source. Very interesting. I've really enjoyed it.
So Randolph is still building his studio.
Well, what is he building? What kind of a studio?
I think for YouTube, right? I don't know. He's over there drilling something, so he can't tell us. Right
Large. Seems to be.
now. Oh, he's
It's all
coming
very
I was hoping he was doing yoga.
back.
Yoga with knee protectors for construction work. That's
Yeah,
Hey, man, you
that
do
would be
you.
an interesting new trend to set.
Your
Boy,
wife actually allowed you to do this?
Oh, my wife supports me on it.
Oh, okay.
We support each other in all kinds of things.
You
This,
gotta protect your knees, exactly, right? Yeah.
this is going to
That's
be my
cool.
future. So this is going to be my future office, and this is the west wall behind me.
Yeah. It gets you out of her hair. I think that's
how
probably.
many
right.
square feet is that?
I'm in favor
Sorry?
of men having hobbies because then they can just leave us the fuck alone.
Oh, well, this is actually going to be my new office because right now my office is in part of the house. I run a computer support business, running internet servers and doing security consulting and all that. I'm also going to make a big part of this office studio for an upcoming atheism call-in program that myself and Neil, the 604 Atheist, are going to co-host here in person.
Nice.
Yeah, and so I'm going to have that set up really nice. I have some ideas on how I want to set it up, and I want to make it kind of look like we're out in nature a little bit. So I've got a lot to learn, and I'm learning a lot as I do this, but I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, my wife's helped me out with a few things here and there, and it's been great. I have a bunch of network wiring here, so this is just temporarily hung up here so that I can, because it goes to different parts on my new deck and in my yard. But I'm also going to have all the computer stuff set up in here, so it's going to be.
Randolph, you said
Hello?
the magic. You said the magic world.
What's the magic
word?
What's that?
My wife helped me.
Oh, she
That's
helps
a
me.
magic. If you don't have support from your wife, forget it.
Yeah, and you know what I say? Wife support is more important than life support.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's good, and our kids help a little bit too. Neil's been here on site. Yeah, if you want to see the progress, there's a link to our YouTube channel from www.truenorthtalk.ca, and you can see some of the construction progress, even the teardown videos. This lean-to had to be rebuilt because the previous one wasn't built properly. Parts of it aren't even anchored into the concrete. It's ridiculous. So what I'm doing tonight is I'm putting in anchor screws to anchor into the concrete this new wall that I have put up here, with Neil's help, of course, because there's no way I'm lifting that on my own. Normally, we'd build the wall in place, build all the framing right in place, but because there's not enough room behind this wall for the neighbor's place, I had to build it first and then put all the covering coating on and the vinyl and then put it up, because there's no way I'm getting the vinyl on with the limited space back there. The other walls that I need to make, I'm going to be able to build them in place. That'll make it a lot easier. Looking forward to getting this finished. I hope I'm not boring everybody. Everyone's so quiet now.
Randolph, are
No,
you familiar with,
no.
Are you
I
familiar
think
with?
my mind's still sore from listening to Otangelo just try to make excuses for his pathetic attempts at reading.
I have a quick question. Why is he mutable? Why are there two speeds?
Because speed is just that way.
Immutable, yeah. I'm multiplying.
I know he's double speed.
That's you're probably right. You know, I can't deny that one.
He's going fast, man.
Yeah.
Hey.
By the way, Randolph, you and I still have to talk. Like, what gives?
Sorry?
You messaged me on Twitter like a week ago saying you want to talk.
Oh, what about?
I don't know.
Sometimes I joke around. If somebody says something a little bit ridiculous, I'll say, you know, you and I need to talk.
No, I mean...
Well, that's probably why that happened.
But I don't know.
Never mind.
No, I'm happy to talk. I'm glad to meet you, and I enjoyed how this all started. We were talking about the magic words, and yeah, I like adding that to the list of magic words. I think that's a great idea.
I'm surprised y'all are not watching that debate on SFT's channel.
There's a debate on
SFT. Why did you mention that?
Why would we watch that?
Because
Exactly.
Isn't that material for the weather report? Don't y'all
I don't really
go through all that stuff?
SFT doesn't really. Who's debating?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's probably SFT.
Something on independent versus common ancestry.
Is Lucky for Wolfen trying to imitate Deepak Chopra? Because there's just not enough woo in that statement.
God, oh my goodness.
Deepak Chopra is one of the people I find who just like says a lot without saying anything.
He's got that down to an art and a science. Yep.
I would agree.
Joel.
Oh my goodness.
If I wanted to lose brain cells that way, I would drink bleach, not listen to SFT.
Joel Facts, isn't that a spillover from Jay Panic's channel?
Joel, did they name it
Joel?
Yeah, Joel. You know who he is, right? SFB mod.
I don't know. I'm not familiar.
Oh, God. He's an everyman.
You are blessed if you are not familiar with Joel. we call him Joel. He
doesn't like that, does he?
He believes Einstein is a Christian, and
What?
Who the hell else? He just goes on.
And Hitler is an atheist and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And he also fancies himself a scientist and a quantum scientist. He did what did he do? Relativity for.
He did relativity for NASA.
No, for Elon Musk, I think it was.
SpaceX
rockets. Yeah,
he says
somebody
SpaceX.
Well, somebody's fucking delusional.
What do you think about getting Joel to debate something with Otangelo? Would that be interesting?
Oh my God, yeah. I think they have fought over the Trinity or some fucking thing because Joel has weighed in on that and gotten into a big. He got into a big shitstorm. In fact, with Lena, Lena loves Joel. She kind of has a crush on him, I think, right, Lena? Lena Pa is a regular on our channel and used to be on Praises, I think, until they abused her to the point where she decided not to attend anymore.
You know, it's really hard to hate somebody like Joel because he's just special. I mean,
he's a guy who brags so much, and he's that guy that says, "Yeah, I was in World War II, and I'm the one that killed Hitler, and I won the war, and and I did it with relativity and God on my side." I mean, he goes on and on. And he makes these claims that are just.
I hate to be that guy, but I've had good interactions with him.
With Joel.
Yeah, I remember I talked to him about geology a lot, and I definitely want to agree with what he says, but he's always been kind enough to me. Maybe I'm just
I
a
had a good
person.
interaction. My first
Does he
interaction
claim
with
to
him
be
was
a
good, and then
professional? Okay.
Call
Has he
him on
claimed to be a professional geophysicist? Has he claimed to be a professional geophysicist?
No, but he definitely tries to argue geology with me. Well, everyone likes to argue geology, you know that. But
I can't say that's atypical.
My first interaction was pleasant, and the second interaction was just horrible.
The thing is,
his
well,
wife likes Diablo too, so we got to talk about that a lot. That was fun.
the thing is, the first topic me and Joel discussed was like ATP, and he claimed to be an inorganic chemist. That statement turned out not to be true.
Wait,
And I knew-
okay. I need to ask something. Were you talking to Joel or true empiricism?
Well, that's a very good question. It's hard to tell sometimes. You got to question it sometimes, but yeah, it was Joel. He's a special boy.
We lost Brenda. Who else did we lose?
You know, I've learned to judge somebody's knowledge based upon how they talk about a field or a topic.
Yeah.
In regards to if they're credible.
Yep.
Okay, seriously, have you seen that seeing two speeds is freaking me out?
Well, get used to it. There might be a third one soon. Where the hell is Leo, by the way?
Are you asexually reproducing, Speed?
I am. Yep.
That's gross. You're gross.
I am asexual.
Look, forget about the asexual reproducing. The one thing I want from bacteria that we don't have, plasmids.
Well, like I explained to my twins, I don't want them to have grandchildren because I don't want to dilute my genes. I want them to just get clones of me. That's what I want. Fuck this I mean, by the time you get down to grandchildren, you've diluted your DNA. So,
I think that's how that works. Yes.
I mean, your DNA gets diluted inside the when it reproduces.
Yeah.
So you don't want the code to be diluted? Is that what you're saying? The code needs to be kept?
Yep.
You're saying you don't want the code to be susceptible to entropy of some kind?
Yep. No entropy. I want straight up grandkids that are clones of me.
I think they cloned a ferret not too long ago. That's pretty close.
I know they cloned Dolly Dolly the sheep.
Yeah, that didn't turn out well, did it? Wasn't her a problem?
Look, okay, they managed to do it. The ethical ramifications were kind of severe. It happened.
What is ethically the problem with cloning a sheep? Big sigh. Explain it to me. What is the problem with, like, if we had a really good cow who produced a lot of milk, what would be the problem with cloning that cow? Just cloning a lot of that cow.
Because if you kept doing it, you would reduce like genetic versatility and variability within a population.
Well, not if you kept the thing pure and it was just like pristine clones of this cow that produced just tons and tons of milk, like gallons of milk.
Well, right, but if there's a new plague like that affects cows, and now you just have essentially mini cows with the same DNA, you're kind of fucked.
Well, you're just such a downer, you know?
I'm a realist.
Downer.
I'm just a realist, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
real-
immutable. Being a realist doesn't mean you have to be fucking depressing all the time. Jesus Christ. And that would be a pragmatist.
No, but you can't always let people have their disillusions. That's the fun thing about the job title.
I like my super cow idea.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's just horrible.
Wait,
Oh,
hold on. You just contradicted yourself. You think it's a good idea, but it's horrible. What? You made no sense
a good
there.
idea in principle, but that idea would be horrible.
How about if we genetically modified a cow to be nothing but porterhouse steaks, like one big row of porterhouse steaks, nothing else,
I'd be a fan of that.
with hooves, little tiny hooves on the bottom of it, and a tail maybe. That's it.
What about like plant-based meat?
Well, I had an idea that we could genetically modify cows so that basically we could put them in a chute, and then they wouldn't have brains, so they wouldn't feel anything, and we could put nutrients in one end of the chute, and beef would come out of the other end of the chute, and we cut it off. And
So
then
a cow centipede.
well, yeah, like a shit chute, sort of. That would just
like
beef as a byproduct.
I actually
Simpsons did that already.
like the idea better of the one that Family Guy produced, which is you just have one cow that you keep alive for like an eternity, and it spits out a baby cow, and that baby cow goes on a conveyor belt into a shredder, so it becomes meat.
Veal, yes. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
I mean,
the restaurant at the end of the universe with the cow that that wants to be eaten.
isn't that in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or something?
I think that's the fourth book, right? The fourth part of the trilogy. Basically, it's this cow that comes around and tries to get you to pick part of them so you can eat him because he wants to be eaten. It was their solution. So that was a restaurant at the end of the universe.
I like to quote Douglas Noel Adams as DNA because it confuses the heck out of some of the people.
Yeah.
Especially the quotes about potatoes and stuff.
Yeah.
Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so. DNA says so.
It is actually kind of interesting that time is something that's a relative effect, not a universal effect.
You call it an effect. I call it something we observe. I don't consider it like it gets expressed as a dimension as out of convenience, I think. But I don't consider it to be something that's actually all that real. It's more something that's perceived based on certain things that we find consistent in reality. So I see it as like not a dimension that you can go forward and backward in at will. It's just something we observe. But again, expressing it like a fourth dimension in our three-dimensional space is very convenient for mathematics and predicting and calendars and things like that.
Well,
Richard,
okay,
so you're saying we can't? Why can't we go back and forward in time according to your definition?
I'm not saying we can't. I said, well, I'm not seeing evidence that we can.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm not aware of any evidence to the contrary to what's been observed as far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if I understand your view correctly, which I probably don't, if time is like just a perceptual thing and not a real thing, what is it that things are doing like in time? Like if time isn't real necessarily.
Well, if it's perceptual, then
hang on. Things are changing, and we're perceiving it. I'm not saying it's perceptual so much as I'm saying we're perceiving it. If you get what I mean there, it is definitely a concept. Like there are certain things in the universe that resonate at a particular frequency, and so we can use this to measure things, right? To measure time, and then we can make predictions saying after that oscillates so many times, which will express as the number of seconds or minutes or hours or days or years or whatever. Then we know that it takes so many iterations of this oscillating thing to go through its cycle before a certain chemical reaction will come to fruition and things like that. So, yeah, time is a very simplistic way to describe all this, I think.
But the idea is that perception is a success term, right? You want to contrast that with misperception. So the idea, if you perceive something, there is an object out there that you're perceiving. Otherwise, it's just a misperception.
Normativity enters the room.
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
It's not really. It's like no. It's like success term in terms of knowledge. Like if you know that something, if you know X is true, right? That knowledge is a success term. Okay. In that sense. So in the same way that perception is a success term.
Huh. That's interesting.
I mean, my question would be like if you, and this is a question that's kind of difficult to answer. Like according to relativity, for instance, time for us would be different for time for people outside of our light cone or outside of our light sphere. So, like, it's possible that in some very, very far away galaxy, that something that's happened like 100 years for us, like World War II, for instance, hasn't yet been observed by a civilization of people, that are so far away, but that are able to perceive our planet, for instance.
Well, look how long it takes light to travel through the universe that we know of so far, and the things that Einstein has to say seem to be repeatedly proven true. So he's got huge clout and credibility. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the interesting thing about time itself is that, like, when I say, like, what happened in a particular galaxy or something like that, there isn't an objective frame of reference by which I can really answer that question. I can answer with respect to, like, my own position in the universe, but it's possible that another referential frame remains agnostic to what's happened in that particular event.
Yeah.
Because for them, the knowledge of that event, the information carried in that event hasn't yet reached term. It hasn't had enough time to travel to be fully realized.
It seems because of the speed of light is that supernovas and other celestial events that generate a lot of light are very far away from us, and so happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll eventually perceive it. If we blow ourselves up big enough, then in a nuclear war of some sort, then maybe they will see something eventually. I hope this never happens.
Are you guys talking about cosmic distance? I stepped away for a minute.
Yeah, we got into speed of light, Einstein's theory of relativity, cosmic distance, and time, and that it's not.
Goody.
I'm saying it's not a traversable dimension from my understanding of it.
I would describe time as something being like a stage. It's something that things seem to progress forward in. That's something that if I examine a butterfly moving and flapping its wings, it seems to be progressing through time.
That's actually cool. I like the stage idea. I had to think about that.
I would say the stage is very wobbly, though.
Have you written about the stage idea? It seems interesting to me.
No, I haven't. I mean, I've heard similar things to that. I've heard of it kind of like the example of I don't remember the example now. God, every time.
I have problems with my memory sometimes too.
Yeah, it's every time I want to recall the memory, it just doesn't want to show up.
When you need it most.
I know it's
okay. So that's a universal law called Murphy's Law. It's a law that's self-enforcing. So sorry about that.
No. I mean, but I think of time as kind of like a stage or something akin to that, in the sense that things seem to progress and take place on time.
I'd like to see Whispered IC on this stage because he's calling himself the atheism slayer now.
I read that as Whisper Dick.
Oh, I'm reading. I must be misreading it then. Sorry about that.
I guess it's subjective. I don't know.
Let's leave it at that. Sure.
Okay.
This person, Whispered IC, can come on the live stream and settle this for us. How about that?
Hey, I've met a few posers on the internet before. They're fun to see talk.
I love the atheism slayer part. Yes, I would like to speak with this atheism slayer.
Yes. Bring him in.
I think it's hilarious. I think Lena was making a statement before that she doesn't hold a belief in atheists, and I think that's fine. She can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know what that
Think
means
about atheists.
necessarily. Like, you don't believe in people who have a belief that something doesn't exist? That's kind of...
Yeah, I guess it's not impossible. So she doesn't believe I'm real. I'd be interested to get her to elaborate on this too.
Or, I mean, it could be she... I mean, is it the whole, like, atheists are suppressing the truth and that they're not really atheists?
It's that they have brain states that demonstrate belief in God, but since they're not acquainted with it.
So it's the whole, how can you talk about God if he doesn't actually exist kind of thing? That stupid ass argument.
Yeah.
It's showing that on physicalism, you can be in principle unacquainted with your beliefs.
Oh, I think people are for the most part.
Yeah, so you're there's no such thing as atheist.
So what? On physicalism, you're not acquainted with your beliefs? How does that work? How does that work?
Well, the idea is that if beliefs are brain states and you don't know the way that your brain is at a moment, then you are not acquainted with your belief, right?
Wow.
I don't think you need to know what the current state is to understand what the type of belief is.
Well, that means they're distinct.
You've crossed so many categories in that couple of statements there.
There's neuroscience studies I'd like to see to support that.
No, the point is that you believe that you're not an atheist right now, but in principle, you could have the belief and not be acquainted with it.
I don't hold that belief. I just happen to be an atheist because I don't believe in deities.
No, but you believe that you're an atheist, right?
I don't need to believe it. It's a fact of who I am.
Yeah. Right, but the point is that if what you are is your brain, you could just be mistaken about your beliefs because you're going to be mistaken about your brain states.
Okay. Do you know more about how my brain works and what I think about than I do?
I know just as much as you do.
About me?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's interesting.
What do you know about your brain?
What number am I thinking of right now?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your brain.
Well, if you know as much about my thoughts as I do, then you should know what number I'm thinking of.
I'm not. Once again, I'm only talking about your brain.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're limiting the scope now. Okay, so...
No, this is just a criticism for people that think that beliefs are brain states.
You're equivocating on the word no.
What do you mean by no, then?
What? Aren't all thoughts brain states?
What do you mean by no, then? You're saying I'm equivocating, so
Danny,
how are you using the term differently?
Danny, aren't all thoughts in our brains a combination of different brain states working in culmination?
Look, I could grant that. The point is that you're not aware of how those brain states are.
Sure, I'll grant that I'm not aware of them.
Then you're not aware of your beliefs, so for all you know, you could be a theist.
So what is it for me to form a belief? I need to... This involves my conscious understanding of what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, but all of that could be mistaken because your brain determines what you believe.
Oh my God.
Okay, so how can I find out? How can I verify this is happening to me?
Maybe talk to a neurologist.
Okay, so do you think that there's good cause for me to do that? Is there something in my behavior that's indicating that I should do that?
I don't know. Are you saying you do have a reason to do that?
Well, I'm asking you if there's a reason to do that because you're recommending that I do that. That I talk to a neurologist.
You do know his brain better than he does, so you should be able to answer that.
No, I said I know his brain just as well as he does.
Yeah, so you should be able to answer that just as well as he should.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know anything about his brain.
No. Danny, you've made a recommendation that I make an appointment with a neurologist to find out, and I'm wondering what would be the justification for that. Like, are you seeing some indicator in me that I should be concerned and I should go see a neurologist?
Well, my view is that you have constitutive self-knowledge, so you have knowledge of that. But other people's view is that what beliefs are brain states, but you don't know what your brain states are right now. It's a reductio ad absurdum that I'm giving to you, Randolph.
Yeah, when it comes to beliefs, and you granted this involves what my conscious thoughts are. So
what your brain is like right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how your brain is right now?
I know.
This is going in circles.
Danny.
This is going in brainless circles right now.
The reductio that I'm giving is for identity theorists, thinking that the
reductio that you're giving is a reductio absurd.
Well, you look. Do you have a reply to the argument or not, Speed?
So, Danny, you have given me more questions instead of providing me with justification for making an appointment with a neurologist. At this point, I don't have sufficient justification to have any concern and make an appointment with a
Look, are
neurologist.
you an identity theorist about
I don't
beliefs
think
and
I'm
brain
going to do
states?
that. So,
Are you an identity theorist between beliefs and brain states? Yes or no?
beliefs and brain states. Well,
If you are not an identity theorist, my reductio doesn't go through.
I'd have to think about that because I've not considered this possibility before, and there's some research I'm going to have to do to understand the question better.
Yeah, then my argument doesn't go through. It's for anyone in the room that thought that beliefs are brain states.
Can you say that they're represented by brain states?
Okay, that they're representative.
That's hilarious.
that brain states are representative, or beliefs are representative.
Beliefs can be representative, but
well, then at that point they're distinct because I have representations of the world, but those representations are not the world. So that's just rejecting identity theory.
Yeah, I would say my beliefs are representative of my brain.
Yeah, then my argument doesn't go through because it's only towards identity theorist.
Okay.
So you're not arguing with anyone then?
Your argument doesn't really work.
No one thinks here that the mind is the brain?
At all.
No, I think they're fundamentally.
No one thinks that. Oh, okay. Y'all are all dualists like me then.
The mind is the brain, body, and environment.
That's what follows.
With dualism.
I think the way you describe the concept is not landing with people who disagree with you. Your phrasing is, at least to me, your phrasing seems to be wandering off in some random ass trajectory because you have to talk every 5 seconds instead of actually having an interesting conversation.
Tell me where we disagree then.
Okay, what you did is you applied your reductio to the word no, but you did not do the same with belief. So you stepped out of one frame into another in one half of a sentence, and if you don't understand that, I can't help you, son.
Okay, what do you mean? What's the first premise that in your argument? It doesn't have to be in the right form. What's the first premise?
Premises in my.
Well, then you're not giving an argument, so you can sit back down.
Well, fine, I'm not giving an argument.
You're just making assertions like you usually do.
My argument is analytical. It does not involve some fucking syllogism.
You don't have an argument
from one thing to another. Yeah. Okay, you're about to get removed again, Danny.
Are you getting mad again?
No, I'm just getting
irritated, frustrated. Kick me out. Let the hate flow through you, Speed.
Well, Come on. You irritate like sandpaper because your fucking logic is so goddamn bad. You can't even stay in one frame in one.
Is that an assertion? Are you asserting that my logic is bad?
Right.
Yes. Okay. Can we move on to something else, please?
If he's just asserting that my logic is bad, can't support it.
2 weeks ago.
If y'all want to stick to being irrational, or at least some of people, not everyone in the room, someone at least was honest to say, like Mr. Randolph was honest and said, I have to think about the question.
Like, calm, Danny.
What's another assertion? Are you going to provide the argument for that, or are you just assert it again?
You want me to provide premises and a syllogism about why?
A line of reasoning would suffice. A line of reasoning would suffice. What's the line of reasoning to suggest I'm irrational?
I'll be glad to spend an hour with you and explain it to you.
Okay. I look forward to it.
But you need to spend an hour. When are you going to spend the hour with Immutable? Will that be tomorrow? Can we get that done?
Tomorrow night might. Yeah, we can talk about the Pincer argument tomorrow.
Okay, Mutable and you on the Pincer argument. I would like to. I just want to listen. So
you're going to have to find a new coloring page.
I'm going to have to use that same icon because that icon.
I'm surprised. I understood why you didn't really get the argument, but I'm surprised why you didn't get the argument, Ergo. Like, you didn't understand my reductio?
Who's you?
Reductio.
Who is you in this case?
The red. I thought it was Ergo. How is Ergo, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, okay. No, what did I not get again? Sorry.
The reductio ad absurdum that I gave.
He provided a reductio argument, and it appeared that you didn't understand it from his perspective.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't following. I wasn't following where you were trying to get to. It seemed like you were just repeating and circling around the same conversation.
Let me
over and
explain
over
it then.
again.
It's actually interesting. This is a Coke can. This is the can that is red in my room. It's also the can that Danny is holding. So the can that's in Danny's room and the can that Danny is holding are identical. Okay. So if you know one, right, at a present time, you know the description that it's in the room. Okay, Danny's room. Okay. There are probably better examples. Okay. That's how you establish identity. That if you're acquainted with one side of the equation, you're acquainted with the other. Okay. Yeah. But here's the problem. For people that think that the mind is identical to the brain, that means that if they're acquainted with their mind, they're acquainted with their brain. But it doesn't follow, right? That because it's obviously true that I'm acquainted with my mind, but I'm not acquainted with the way my brain. So I can tell you that I'm an atheist, right? But I'm not going to be able to tell you how my brain is at the current moment. Okay?
Well, when you say acquainted with your brain, are you talking about like
with my mind?
Well, you said if you're acquainted with your mind, that means you're acquainted with your brain, but you can't be acquainted with your brain. What do you mean by that? In the way, like, I can't tell when my heart's going to beat, sort of thing, or
like if I ask you, do you believe that? Do you like ice cream? And you're like, oh, you kind of like you bring a belief present to mind. Yeah, I believe that I like ice cream. Right? You can access it. Okay. Now the thing is that you don't have that kind of access to your brain states, right? You have to go to MRI and do all of that, perhaps, and even then, it's not easy. Okay.
So this is outside of my purview, of course. So you might run past me this conversation. But if you ask me if I like ice cream, and I find the brain state that says I do, that means I didn't access my brain state. Say that again.
So, like, if right now, do you like ice cream?
Yes.
You searched your mind, or your experiences, your memories, right? And you came to an answer, yes. But did you search your brain?
I believe I did. Yes, I believe there was some sort of electrical impulse that physically happened. A significant
portion of your brain you did.
Okay, but it's gonna. You see, all brain states are gonna have electrical impulses. The point is that you can differentiate between the proposition or the belief that that you like ice cream versus the belief that you didn't like ice cream, right? What's the difference in impulse?
Do I physically know like where the different impulses are? Is that what you're saying?
What's
like an MRI could show different pictures of my brain for liking and not liking, and do I know what those pictures look like?
Not exactly, although you could use that to understand the question. The point is that you can differentiate between the belief that you like ice cream and the belief that you don't like ice cream has to come to the conclusion that in fact you do believe that you like ice cream, but you can't differentiate those brain states, right? Even if you looked at the MRI, you wouldn't be able to tell which one is which.
Again, this is the issue, and is that I was having. And again, you guys talk philosophy more than I do, right? I play with rocks for a living. Well, I used to, but you repeated the same point 2 or 3 times. When I kept asking you for clarification, you repeated yourself. So I'm not getting the clarification. You shouldn't be continually repeating. You're an instructor. You know that you shouldn't. If you keep repeating the same point to a student that's not understanding, that's not helping the student.
Yeah, I agree. What is it that? Can you repeat your question? And I'm sorry if I didn't address it.
So the thing I'm not getting is you're saying something along the lines of, and someone else jump in if Danny's not working here. You're saying that I don't know my brain. And you keep going to, there's this electrical impulse that says, I like ice cream. And then there's another electrical impulse, if I didn't like ice cream, that would say, I don't like ice cream. I know that in my mind. How do I not know that in my brain?
I think the biggest problem here is that the research on the human brain is still ongoing. And there is a lot that humanity doesn't know yet.
But boy, there's a lot we do
that's
know,
the point,
Richard,
right?
Randall.
You know everything about what you believe at the present moment. Okay, but you don't know anything about the brain, right?
And that's the 4th time you've said that.
Yeah, but
can I jump in? Can I jump in real quick?
Hey, Peter's here.
Hey all. Can I jump in real quick because I heard something that was so incredibly stupid that I just had to jump in.
No, it was great.
Danny. Can you link me to any scientist that thinks that the brain and the mind are the exact same thing?
Wait, it's not a scientific question. Why would you ask me that?
That was a statement you made. That's why I jumped in.
I didn't. What was the statement you thought I made?
you said that people, and I love it when people refer to people. People say that the mind and the brain are the same thing. So
Some people do, yeah.
I'd love to hear, I'd love to see you back that one up. So, can you name me one of those people who think that the mind and the brain are the exact same thing?
Well, there are a lot of identity theorists. I mean, people like the person I'm interviewing, Dr. Timothy Schroeder. He's the chairman of philosophy at Rice University. He studies philosophy of neuroscience. He thinks the mind is the brain.
I think you're misunderstanding identity.
Yeah. I think
I'm misunderstanding
that
identity. I take Leibniz's law. I take Leibniz's law to reflect identity. What do you understand identity to be?
Do you think that a brain state equals a brain?
No, I don't think those are the same thing.
Do you think there's any scientist on the planet that thinks that a brain state equals a brain?
No.
So what you've now said is that the mind and the brain are different things.
That's my view.
And yet you keep telling me that there are people who think that a brain state and a brain are the exact same thing.
I never made that claim.
Yes, you made that claim. That was the reason for me to jump in.
Well, then I take it back. That's not what I said.
A really stupid form of Mary's room.
No, I didn't.
It's not what you meant.
Basically, which equivocates between knowing.
Mary's room only deals with qualitative states. You don't know what you're talking about.
One of the things that I've noticed over the time that I'm watching your stuff is that Danny will make a statement, and then later on in the conversation, when pointed out that he said something incredibly stupid, he'll backpedal and say,
Yeah.
well, I didn't say that. Danny, you don't listen to other people. We already knew that, but you don't even listen to yourself.
I'm just correcting you. Look, I never ask anyone in the room, Peter. I never made the claim that a brain state is the same thing as a brain. Never made that claim.
I don't think
you said the mind is the same thing as the brain. The mind is a brain state.
No.
You said that people held that opinion.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I said. I said the people hold the opinion or the view that the mind is the brain. That's not a controversial.
Guess what, Danny? I know people who think the Earth is flat.
What can anybody explain what Peter's doing right now?
I'm just pointing out how weak your claims are when you start with people think.
Yeah,
Who are these people? Where are these people?
There are a lot of people that think that the mind is the brain. Lots of people.
Yes, there are a lot of people who think the Earth is flat. So what?
Okay, so I'm saying that my argument only applies to those people that think that. That's what I was saying. You got to unclog your ears, Peter.
Oh, so what you're arguing by bringing up the dumbest people on the planet, and that
there are not
that
dumb
makes you
people that think that, right? Dr. Timothy Schroeder, the person I'm bringing on my channel, who's the chair of Rice University in the philosophy department, studies philosophy of neuroscience, think that the mind is the brain. Not stupid at all. And Daniel Dennett thinks something very similar, although he leans towards a kind of eliminativism, right? You don't know what you're talking about, Peter.
They think the mind is made out of flesh.
They think that the mind is the brain, and so yes, they would agree to that.
Yes, but he doesn't have a stupid idea about it. He doesn't have the idiocy of Mary's room.
I'm not giving Mary's room
in that way.
Wait, do you know what Mary's room is?
And you don't even understand what you did. Do you understand that what you did was Mary's room?
No, that's not Mary's room.
Okay.
Do you know what Mary's room only applies to qualitative states, not intentional states.
I can't
know
help
the
you.
difference, Speed?
Can't help you, son.
Speed is just going to assert stuff and not support it, so you can sit back down, Speed. Thank you.
Says the guy who hasn't supported anything he said so far.
I had some power.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? You can kick me out, but the thing is, you look like a fool in the stream.
Says the guy who makes statements and can't back them up.
What statement did I not back up, Peter? I gave you an example of a person that believes that the mind is the brain.
You made a claim that some person thinks that. Yeah,
and I gave another example, Daniel Dennett.
And I still doubt that anyone who has any credibility on the matter thinks that a brain state, the mind, is the exact same thing as a brain.
Wait, no, that's not what the claim was. The mind. I said there are
There-
many people that think the mind is the brain.
Yes, I take it you're aware that parts of the brain are engaged in other things than the mind, right? Just
Well,
saying.
I agree to that, right?
And those people don't?
I mean, they're going to say that just like the way the mind functions differently, the brain functions differently, and that the mind has parts, the brain has parts.
That's not what I asked.
What did you ask?
I like you moving the goalpost all of the time. It's
Well,
hard
then
to
maybe
keep
I
up. at
misunderstood
times.
you. I just misunderstood you. Can you repeat what you said?
I said that there are parts of the brain that are not engaged in anything that has to do with the mind.
Oh, I could see that. I could see why you would say that.
Yes. So equating the brain with the mind would be false then, right?
Well, they would be talking about, part of the brain maybe.
Another
Well,
another move of the goalpost. I love your statements, Danny.
I don't think that follows necessarily, right? Because if you could map every process of the brain to being some process of the mind and the brain would be equivalent, even if the brain does have functions that don't pertain.
Yeah, I don't know how to look. I'm just saying there are people that would make the claim that the mind's the brain. If we were being charitable, they're not talking. Obviously, you could say that there's a connection between the brain and the nerves that go all the way to my fingertips, but that we're not going to say the nerves in my fingertips or the spinal cord, right, is really what they're talking about when they're saying that is the mind. But there's a charitable way of understanding it. Obviously, you couldn't reach that, and that's just your problem.
If you keep moving the goalpost, anything's possible.
Hey, Peter, can I butt in?
Sure.
So again, outside of my realm of expertise, this mind-brain conversation is this sort of like a we can't make data from TNG conversation because you can't replicate the mind with circuitry that the brain has? Would that be a sort of the statement we're going at with?
It's more along the lines of Mary's room.
No, it's not. You don't know what Mary's room is.
Where you know something, basically. Okay, you have all the knowledge of the brain and neuroscience. And you have, and yet when Mary steps out of the room and sees red, there's something new that Mary experiences, basically. New would be the first person perspective of her own being and brain, and it equivocates between knowing about like the science of the brain or whatever, or reductively knowing, and actually being the thing that experiences, which are two entirely different things. And Danny's doing the same thing, but he doesn't know.
Isn't the point
No,
of
I'm
the...
not doing the same thing. Let's see if you let me
Danny,
defend myself.
Danny,
Look,
can I...
He attacked me.
Danny, can I... I have a question for Speed on that.
Oh, Danny, did you get
correct me if
hurt?
I'm wrong, Speed, but isn't
Peter, you
part of the
sit down.
point of something like Mary's room is that we don't know the answer, right?
It's
Mary's room.
It's basically that Mary has all of this knowledge of the brain, right? So
Yeah.
she has complete knowledge of seeing the color red, how seeing the color red works, and she has all of this stuff. Yet when she steps out of the room, she knows something additional. Okay, that's something additional they claim is the qualia, right? But I mean, it's obvious that knowledge of your brain, like when he was asking Peter about knowledge of his belief, right? And Peter was saying, or knowledge of what number he's thinking about. Like, I'm thinking about the number 1. So Danny said, well, I have just as much knowledge of your brain as you do, implying that Peter could somehow know that he was thinking about the number 1 by taking his brain and putting it in a CAT scan, taking it apart at the millimeter neuron or the millisecond neuronal level, and finding out that he's seeing the number 1. That is ridiculous. Okay, you experience the number 1.
I follow that. The idea that you can't like make a perfect android of yourself, right? You can't copy a brain and have like a perfect version of you that knows everything you know. Yeah. But I guess I always heard Mary's room differently in that it was an open question. Would she know that or not? Not that it was a closed question.
That's how it ends. That's how it ends. Look, Speed is half right? What Mary's room aims to show is that there's a kind of knowledge called qualitative knowledge, which is a sort of knowledge that's needed or that's tied to experiential knowledge. Okay, but not let me correct Speed. The way that the hypothetical goes is you take a person who knows all the propositional knowledge in the world, okay, but has never experienced red. Now, when she looks at the first instance of color and sees red, has she learned something? That is Mary's room, right? What Mary's room is supposed to show. No, but you see, she doesn't. She has all knowledge of the world propositionally. Okay, and then because she knows everything propositionally, she's not going to know things qualitatively. Okay, okay. So that has no parallel to the argument I'm making. Right? The argument I'm making is something different. Right? You said I was equivocating on identity. All identity is, or what I take identity to be.
No, I said you were equivocating on knowledge and belief.
No, you told me I didn't understand identity, and I remember that. So be careful about what you're about to say before I clip it.
What? Fuck you.
I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, if you did misrepresent him, he does deserve an apology.
Speed, don't kick him. I had another thing that I wanted to confront him with.
Okay, I'll kick myself.
No, you said I didn't understand identity or that I was equivocating on it. You said that, Speed. Do you not remember?
He is old.
That's fine if you don't remember, but you said that to me.
He did kick himself. Nice.
he kicked himself. Danny, I want to revisit something that we talked about earlier. Remember where you said commands cannot contain a lie?
Right, yeah.
Right. So, I need to be correct here. Is it correct that you used to be a Christian?
I used to be a Christian, yeah.
Great. What did God say to Adam and Eve about the tree of knowledge of good and evil?
Presumably he gave a command not to touch the fruit or whatever, right?
Not to eat from it.
What was the entire command?
I don't remember. I don't have that memorized, Peter. You're gonna have to educate me.
I have it.
Yeah. The core is to eat from the tree or else you will die.
Yes.
Okay.
A command containing a lie. There you go.
That doesn't follow.
That does follow.
It doesn't entail necessarily
because they ate from it and they didn't die. So there was a lie in the command, right?
No, it just doesn't. Go ahead, Immutable.
There's nothing in the claim necessitating that the death is necessarily physical.
That is a common cop out from the Christians.
Even if Immutable was wrong about that, it just doesn't follow since commands don't entail other propositions.
Is there another way of dying except from physical dying?
Look, that's immaterial.
In the Christian faith, there is. Yeah, there's a second death.
In the Christian faith, there's the spirit.
I'm well aware of a claim that there is.
We can grant him this, right? We can grant him this. The point is that a command doesn't entail a proposition like that.
The command does.
Okay, what can you conclude from go to the store?
What can you conclude from don't eat from that tree because if you
do,
you're going to die, and then when you eat from it, you're not dying.
You're going to die is a proposition.
Was there a lie in the command? Yes or no?
Look, if I said you just said you are going to die, that's a proposition. Okay, that can be true or false. But don't eat from the tree is not a proposition.
It is part of the command.
No, it isn't.
It's a disjunction.
Which you said couldn't contain a lie.
It's a disjunction. You're saying don't do X, or there's the disjunctive or, right? You're going to die, which is the proposition. Take basic logic, Peter.
Can I go to Immutable's point real quick? If I looked up the Hebrew for die in that verse, and it does seem to be not any specific sort of death, because that exact word in Hebrew is used in Exodus, referring to the Nile River dying. So it very well could have originally meant just variety of death, not specifically physical.
Right. I mean, I don't think there's anything within the text necessarily to say that the death is necessitated to be physical.
Yeah.
I spoke to Joel about this, and he gave me a different apologetic, which also seemed to work as well. So. But I would just like to say that you did make one small claim, which was, I think you said to Immutable that he didn't believe that the mind and the brain were the same thing. And you said, congratulations, you're a dualist. Do you think that's true?
Well, the idea is if you're differentiating between representation, right, and...
No. Do you think that is true or false?
Well, in a sense, it's true, yeah.
Right, okay.
There's representations and there's things. Look,
do you think it necessarily follows?
Well, let me explain why I think it does. Right. The point on my dualism, it just means that there's a differentiation between that which is being represented and the representation, the viewer and the view. That's what dualism is on my view.
Sure. Right. So, but do you think that it necessarily follows that if somebody denies the identity, as according to Leibniz, identity, between the mind and the brain, that they necessarily cannot be a physicalist?
Well, you could be an eliminativist. So that's just saying there are no minds, and then they're just brains.
Well, but can they be a physicalist?
Well, that's called non-reductive physicalism.
That doesn't follow either, I'm afraid.
No,
can they be a reductive?
You're not listening, Simos. Look,
can they be a reductive physicalist?
If they reject, If they reject
the mind and the brain are necessarily identical, like the law of Leibniz, identity, right? Can they be a physicalist in the sense of non-eliminativist or denying that minds and brains exist?
Yeah, I don't think they could be if they reject that necessity. I think they have. They're not reductive. They can't be a reductive physicalist.
Okay, I don't think that follows.
Well, let's see what you got. Let's hear the argument.
Well, I think that it doesn't necessarily follow. So all I'm saying is that it doesn't mean that the mind and the brain properties are the same. That's
what do you think? Do you take reduction to be an identity statement?
No.
Well, then I don't know what you mean.
Okay.
Do you know what you mean?
Well, it's interesting to say that. I think it's interesting that you say unless you know what the reductive path is, all right, by which there's a one-to-one correlation, that something can't be reductive.
That's definitely not reduction. One-to-one correlation is not reduction. There's a one-to-one correlation between, leaves and trunks. Trees and trunks, right?
Sure, but if you're using the law of identity then there would be a one-to-one, because all properties would be exactly the same.
It seems like it's ambiguous and it's vague how you're using the word correlation there.
Well, I'm using it by saying that the properties are exactly the same.
That's not what anyone means by correlation in philosophy.
No, if there is an identity there, then the properties are exactly the same. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore there is a correlation between those two things because the properties are exactly the same.
Yeah, you're just equivocating. I mean, I know what you mean now, but that's not how anyone uses correlation.
It's how a physicalist would use correlation.
No, absolutely not.
A relationship between two things. Yeah, I think they would.
No, there is an equivalent relation between the two if they both have the same properties.
Yeah, not a correlation. Correlation establishes two different variables.
Well, do you think the mind then and the brain are the same variable?
That's what you think if you're a reductive physicalist.
Not at all.
Well, then I don't know what you mean by reduction.
Because as Peter said, the mind could just be a particular brain state, rather than the brain as a whole.
You mean a particular part of the brain? Then that's just what I mean by brain.
Okay. Well, I don't think you understand what a brain is then, according to a physicalist.
What's the argument for that?
Danny, I'd be curious. So if
sit back down, Simos.
Let's say there are. Hang on. There are many parts of the brain, and not all of them lead to.
Sure, I'm just referring to the parts that are.
And not all of them lead to consciousness, but they are all parts of the brain. That's what a physicalist.
Yeah. So when I say brain, I mean the relevant parts that are the mind.
So you're just misusing the word brain. Okay.
I don't know what that means. You misuse the word correlation. You misuse the how you misuse correlation.
You don't understand what the brain is. No?
Danny,
I told you what I meant. I can't be wrong about what I meant.
Danny, I didn't say that, did he? I didn't say that.
You said I'm misusing. I don't know how I could be
misusing it according to how a physicalist would use it.
Sorry, what?
Misusing it according to how a physicalist would use it. You're going to do an internal critique.
How does a physicalist use the
use not your definitions, but the definitions that are internal.
So you can educate me on what they mean by brain, then, right?
I can educate you on that the brain is more than the mind. Yes.
Tell me what they mean when they say the mind is the brain. What do they mean by brain there?
The consciousness.
What do they mean by the brain if not the relevant parts, asshole?
What do you mean by the brain? If not the relevant parts, it's not. It's
Danny,
more,
Danny,
it's
Danny,
more
are
than
you
the mind.
losing? You're starting with your insults again.
Yeah, I'm insulting him. He deserves to be insulted.
It's more than the mind, Danny.
Yeah. Danny, can you Danny, I got a question.
Brain, I'm talking about much more than just the conscious side of it. I'm talking about the subconscious side of it as well. Things like the autoimmune system, for instance, is also part of the brain. There's a whole chemical.
You're disputing my argument, right? The idea of brain being the mind is an ambiguous thing.
Chemical processes which go on beneath the level of consciousness. That is all part of the brain. That's what a physicalist believes.
Yeah, that's just what I mean by brain.
Okay, good. So you do agree.
I've thought that since the very beginning, I completely agree with you. Excuse me, sir.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Okay, I'll let you go, sir. Then I expect
Thank you very much. On that basis, a physicalist would not say that the brain and the mind are identical.
They would say what they meant by brain is the relevant parts of the brain. Then sure, they would.
Yeah, that's just trivial. That's completely trivial.
I know you're bringing up a trivial point, Simos.
No, you're bringing up a trivial point by saying that you can't be a dualist by denying the law of identity between mind and brain, unless you're going to beg the question that the brain is only what the mind is, which I think is facile.
I'm just saying that when someone says the mind is the brain, they're talking about the relevant parts of the brain.
Danny, you don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get what you're saying.
Danny, I'm curious. If I use mind-altering drugs, does that mean that the brain literally is altering as well? If the mind is the brain?
Well, sorry. Are you saying that if someone believes that the mind is the brain, that what?
See, you need to learn how to listen.
I'm trying. I didn't understand your question. Just repeat it.
I said that if someone is using mind-altering drugs, does that mean that if the mind is the brain, that it is literally altering the brain?
Well, I think
because if that's the case, we could observe that, couldn't we?
Well, yeah. If someone thought that the mind was the brain, then they would be committed to that.
Fascinating.
I don't hold that. I agree with you that seems silly.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems even more sillier because we know that there are certain things that have an impact on the brain
that don't have an impact on the mind,
that are permanently mind altering to the mind. Whereas the brain seems to be completely intact after that, the mind is changed. So now I'm curious, which brain is that particular mind attached to? Because it's obviously not attached to the brain that is still the same while the mind was altered.
So you're asking if it's the case that I take a drug, it seems to be influencing.
No, I was talking more along the line of being in an accident, something like that.
Okay, so if someone is in an accident and
being deprived of oxygen, there are several cases that you can end up with a permanent alteration to the mind.
Yeah.
Whereas the brain is still fully intact.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Now, apparently, the people you mentioned didn't know that either.
Well, I don't know how they would respond.
Which to me is kind of surprising.
I'm not aware of how they would respond.
I think in common speak, a lot of people equivocate between the brain and the mind, and they don't bother differentiating them very much.
Well, Danny, for one.
What am I equivocating on, Simos?
What Immutable just said.
Okay, you can sit back down.
Hey, Peter. Peter, do you have a link or know a name of someone who did that study you're talking about, where the mind changed without the brain changing?
I don't have a particular study. I know at least of one person in my personal life that has happened to, but not a particular.
But that's not like it. That's not like a word, like a medical term for that or something.
I wouldn't know.
Because I was just looking up LSD. on the MRI scans, and there is a noticeable difference in an MRI scan on LSD versus on placebo.
Yeah,
so
on the MRI scan there would be.
Yeah.
And as for the brain itself, the tissue, there wouldn't be.
So yeah, I'm just wondering, because I mean, you would complain to Danny about having people. What does people mean? And then you gave kind of an anecdotal example. So
as I said, it has happened to someone that I know personally.
Yeah,
and when I'm talking about the brain, I'm actually talking about the tissue that is in your head.
So you're not talking about like the electrical signals? That's different to you?
I'm talking about the organ itself.
Okay, not the electrical.
This is why I said there's a difference between a brain state and a brain, and you just confirmed to me that you think the exact same thing, because if you use mind-altering drugs,
who said that? No one said that.
Can you please not talk over me, Danny? Thanks.
No, I'm going to correct you. No one said that.
So yes, you said that.
No, I did not say that.
That's why I jumped in. And so
I'm just correcting you. I did not say brain states are brains.
Danny, get it, please.
I said there's a difference between a brain state and a brain. A brain is an organ which we can take out of the head. We can study, we can slice, we can do anything with it. The people seem to have eaten it in the past. Whereas the mind is something completely different. And to me, the mind is the brain state. So when you just said we can go to an MRI and we can see that different things light up, that proves my point.
Are you talking to me?
No.
I think he was talking to me.
Didn't it? No, yeah. Okay. So would you disagree then, Orge?
I always kind of assumed when we were talking about brain that we were talking about the physical electricity going through the brain as well as the fleshy tissue, because they're both physical objects, whereas the mind usually perceive as non-physical. Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
That would be the activity of the brain. If I'm talking about a muscle and arm movement, the arm movement is not the muscle. And the muscle is not the arm movement. The arm movement is a product of the muscle.
But I follow what you're saying. I follow it. You believe it. I enter this conversation differently. And this probably is a different conversation to have if those electrical signals count as brain or not. But I guess I always just assumed they would be the same. So but I can see why you differentiate them.
Yeah, I think just for clarity, if we're going to equate a product of something with the thing that is producing it, then we're going to muddy the waters and we're going to end up talking past each other, I think.
Well, that happens all the time on the internet, right?
which is why I jumped in.
Yeah, so you have brain state, and mind as three separate things then.
No, the mind is a brain state.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
What's a mental state?
It would be. I think it would be more honest to say that the mind is several brain states, not all of them, because we still have parts.
Take care, ID. Do you mind if I ask Danny? So, given those three, okay, you unmuted. Given the three things I said to Peter and my confusion, do you also view like the electrical signals as mind state, or do you view them as brain?
I take that to be related to the brain or what the brain is doing.
And this is the juxt of the conversation, right?
Yeah, like I don't take my mental states to be brain states. The view, I think, the other view is somehow there's like two broadly other views. Well, then there's the view that says there are no mental states, they're just brain states. That's the limitativism. Then there's the view that some mental state is some brain state. And then there's the view that mental states supervene on, that's the term, they supervene on brain states. And that's just like some kind of in-between term that's not quite reduction. It's not reduction, and nor is it like a full-blown identity.
Somewhere in Danny saying my mental states are not brain states, there's a joke in there somewhere. I need to flesh that out.
Someone might have to clip it, yeah.
By the way, Speed, I see you're back.
No, that's someone else, Peter.
It says Speed of Sound.
Oh, immutable left.
ID left, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
immutable left.
So Speed, since I'm a designer and I always look at what the hell's on screen, have you considered replacing a creationist with Danny? Speed's not here.
Well. Thanks for the clarification, Peter, Danny. I'm going to go to bed, so you guys can continue to yell. I'm sure everything will be solved. Take care.
Bye, Orge. You have a good one.
Bye, Orge.
So, Peter, is it your position that you're saying something like the mind is the process of the brain? Would it go along those lines?
Not the process, the product.
The product. Okay. How do you mean product? As a result of?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a result of the processes going on in the brain.
That's basically what I meant by process. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah.
Like for you, it'd be the distinction between the car and driving or something, Peter?
The distinction between the car and driving.
Like the car rolling or moving or something.
Driving is not a product of a car.
Well, I'm saying when a car rolls or something, that's what it's doing. It's not the rolling.
It's not the product of. The car is not producing anything. I own a couple of cars, and currently they're stored.
You're missing the point.
Every single time I go look at them, nothing has happened.
You're missing the point.
We've all seen the movie Christine, where Christine repairs herself. That's not happening to my cars.
The car actually produces a kind of emptiness. It's called a money pit.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
While you're here, Randolph,
even when it's stationary, Randolph. Even when it's stationary, it's still a money pit.
Even when it's not insured, too, you still have liability.
Exactly.
Anyway, I just wanted to thank you, Randolph, for coming by earlier. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the help. Thank you for the help.
You're welcome, Simos. I'm very happy it was Spooky Bed Hair who recommended you, and you've been described as ancient old guard atheist.
That's correct. I am a hard atheist. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just curious about one thing. What game were you playing?
That was called DayZ. DAY capital Z.
Oh, DayZ. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, the graphics looked amazing. I especially like that one scene where you're in an open field and the forest kept getting closer and closer. So beautifully rendered. They really did a nice job of the graphics in that one.
They did, and that's only in 1080. You can get that in 4K as well. So.
Randolph, once you start out doing things with your channel, you should have Simos on that you can have a really good conversation.
I would like to. I'll be running a few programs aside from True North Talk where I'll be interviewing atheists, so I'll definitely want to have you on.
And if you need a producer, Randolph, I may know someone.
Yeah, actually, you come highly recommended, and not only just from you.
Randolph, are you leaving right now?
No. Seriously,
okay.
Quality work. I just dipped in because the conversation getting really heavy. I thought I'd throw a joke in there to make everybody laugh, lighten things up a bit. So no, I'm sticking around. I still got more work to do here. So I enjoy listening to the conversation. It's very interesting.
Oh, you listened to the whole thing?
Yeah. I pumped the volume up to 100%, and I can still hear it through the headphones, the ear protection.
Peter's out to get me.
So
you're being paranoid.
Randolph,
you need to cut down on the marijuana.
Randolph, have you considered? have you considered that if you're going to expose your neighbors to Danny for a longer period of time, you could be liable for getting sued?
No, because they're hard of hearing.
Okay.
But otherwise, you make a very good point.
like Danny.
Yeah, don't worry, Danny. They're just giving you a hard time. It's don't
worry. I'm not worried. I do this very often. Probably, Peter's been doing it probably longer than I have, though.
I thought you were fair with me when you're willing to accept that the argument that the line of questioning you had doesn't work when you got to a certain point with me. I thought that was fair of you, and I appreciate that.
No, I think you seem like a really honest guy.
I strive for it. So I'm glad that you noticed that, because I do appreciate that kind of feedback very much. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I'll let you two guys continue with your fight. Sorry, what's that, Peter?
Yeah, I had a question for Danny. Danny, did you happen to catch the show on the Rages channel last night?
Last night? No, I caught it. There were the first one, not the second one. Not last night.
So there was something was mentioned there, and that I was kind of curious about that. And I've heard that from several people who seem to know you.
Who knows me?
What is the secret behind the different attitudes when you're on Speech channel and when you're on a Christian channel?
Probably mostly John Peterson.
I
don't get along with John Peterson.
Who isn't here?
Right. So I tend to exhibit the behavior that people dislike when John Peterson's around.
So
Speed.
And I'm not trying to insult you, but
that's fine.
So if they are on, you just want to be a dick and derail pretty much any conversation possible. Is that the thing?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I mean, if they're on, they're typically antagonizing, and I'm the same way. Or they just make assertions that they can't back up, and I point that out, and they don't like it. So that's what happens.
What's the gain then for you?
The gain? Maybe
gain.
The gain? Oh, I enjoy the conversations. It makes me happy.
No. What's the gain in behaving? Let's just call it less preferable. What is the gain in doing that?
Oh, like saying like sorry when people like overtalk me and stuff?
No, I think he's asking. I think he's asking in what way do you feel this benefits you?
Well, like when I overtalk people, presumably I'm doing that so I can make my point. Because
that's not what I asked.
What behaviors are referring to exactly?
The difference in attitude. You just said I'm doing that because John's here or Speed's here. So what's the benefit for you?
Benefit. So like when Speed makes an assertion that like I'm irrational, and then when I make fun of him and point out that he can't support it, what's the benefit?
No. I'll try again.
Well, I just don't know what behaviors you're talking about.
I asked you about the difference in attitude, and then you said I adopt this attitude whenever John's in the room or Speed's in the room. So I was asking, what is the benefit of that particular attitude?
Well, when I said attitude, I just meant the sorts of attitudes that would bring about me saying over-talking people or calling people out or yelling at them or whatever it may be. Isn't that what you were referring to?
No, I'm asking a really simple question.
Well, I just don't know what you mean by attitude if you didn't mean what I meant by attitude.
You display a different attitude when you go on a Christian channel than you do when you go on a channel like Speed's channel. And you said my attitude changes because of John Peterson and Speed.
Yeah.
And my question is, what is the benefit of the changing in attitude? What is
well,
the
I told
gain?
You, if they're being aggressive, I have to be aggressive back to assert my point. That's the benefit.
Have you ever considered that they're just responding to your different attitude?
No, I think that what happens is that they make claims and they can't support, and I tell them they can't support it.
Say again?
And then they get angry.
Say again. I didn't catch the first.
So here's, I mean, the story goes like this, right? It starts amicably, then someone like Speed or John or someone else, right, makes a dumb claim, and I ask them to support it. They can't support it, and I point out that it's dumb and they can't support it. Then they start calling me names, and it kind of goes that way, and then over talking, and then I get the way I am, they get the way they are. That's kind of what's the benefit of that? Well, it's just kind of like.
What you're saying now is what just happened. I came in because you made a dumb claim, and you couldn't support it. Then Simos jumped in.
Well, you strawmanned me.
And Simos jumped in.
Everyone strawmans you.
And then you started calling Simos names. So that's not what they do. That is what literally just happened. That is what you do. And my question is, what is the benefit?
Why? What are my reasons for doing it? Because I think they deserve it or something.
What did Simos do to deserve being called an asshole?
He was being obtuse.
You make no sense, Danny.
I hadn't noticed that. Simos was asking you questions, and then out of the blue, you call him an asshole.
Yeah.
Danny called Simos an asshole. Should I toss him out?
I mean,
well, Simos wasn't offended by it. Simos didn't say anything about it. I was the only one who called it out. So I'm just curious. I'm just curious what the benefit is of calling someone an asshole. It
might be just irreducible, right? When someone's being obtuse, sometimes I call them names.
And there's a benefit for you in that.
Yeah, because
you're calling people names.
Well, I don't know.
Does it make you feel more superior when you do that? Does it make you?
No,
feel
I just
more
told you
intelligent?
he deserved it.
He's got a little weenie, so he has to.
What do you mean by that, Speed?
But that you have a little weenie, or that you are a little weenie.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know if I have first-person knowledge of the size of your weenie.
Yeah. You see,
God damn it!
The fact that do you love that fart jokes too, Midnight?
Speed is funny.
Hold on. What did you say?
Do you laugh at fart jokes too?
Speed is funny that you should bring that up, because ever since I've heard Danny speak, I just one thing, my brain is weird, and maybe my mind even too, because obviously they're the same thing. But the thing that popped into my mind is what it must be like to have sex with Danny. I mean,
oh my God,
it brings up so many questions. I mean, having someone, if someone would tell Danny, "Fuck me," he would say, "Are you expressing a desire, or are you?"
I love you, Peter. I love you.
Hey guys,
my brain is funny like that. I can't help it.
What happened to Immutable?
Please,
Immutable left.
Dude.
Peter, I'm trying to eat here. Do you mind?
I don't know what happened to the Immutable, okay? We'll talk off air about that.
Okay, he was supposed to fucking be watching the show. What the fuck? I'm watching WandaVision.
Well, next time put me in. Well, actually, no, never mind.
But put you in.
Don't put me in charge.
Well, no, hold on. If you put me in charge, I promise not to leave. I'll be able to promise to stay.
It's hard to get good help these days. You know?
I usually leave.
Wait. I offered some help earlier because, as I said, I'm a designer and I'm looking at the screen. Have you considered replacing a creationist with just the word Danny?
Oh, how delightful!
Speed of sound. I do think that you should take Peter up on his offer. He's very good.
I know
he is.
We'll get there. But speed. So Speed is doing shows every single day, and I don't get where he gets all the energy to do this and still be sane. But at some point, Speed, we're going to do something with the channel. I'll help you out.
Yeah. Can I say something, like, to?
Are you expressing desire?
Hey, that's Danny shit. Okay, I don't deserve that, Peter. Fuck off. I don't deserve that.
Can I go back and watch WandaVision now and let you guys fight it out?
I mean, I guess you can, but WandaVision is on a streaming service, so you can watch it later, can't you?
I can, but I want to watch it now. But anyway, I'm keeping an eye on the screen, so if anybody needs to get in, or if you guys end it, I'll come over here and end the thing. But
okay, well, like,
I've had enough. I've had enough idiot for one night. I can't fucking take it anymore.
So, Speed, why am I in here if you had enough idiot?
And Speed.
Five. Okay, I won't self-deprecate.
And Speed, why did you say that the moment after I jumped in?
Right? See, there you go.
No, I'm talking about Danny and Otangelo. I just fucking had it today. I just
You haven't. Why would you call me an idiot when you can't support anything you're saying?
Because you're not an idiot, but you're not smart enough to.
Hold on.
Are you, Danny?
That's a tautology.
Danny, are you expressing? Danny, are you expressing the desire to know that, or are you just being hypothetical?
No. Wait. I really love how he used. I really love how he used the word tautology again, because I still need to go back.
I was telling John earlier today. He said there's going to be He said there's going to be a raid show on Sunday, and I said, well, that's a tautology. Sunday, right? It's like,
you wouldn't even recognize that you just said a tautology.
You're such a tiny.
Do you want to explain it to you, Speed? Because I can.
You have been.
You're so arrogant.
You can sit there content in your ignorance, though. Otherwise.
Okay. Dude, I love how you're saying the same shit to Speed you said to me, trying to gaslight me. And honey, I've been gaslighted by the best.
No,
right?
And there's another thing, Danny, because you keep saying, "Would you like me to explain it to you?" I've been on several of Speed shows, and you know what rarely happens is that you manage to explain something.
Well, that's because idiots can't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, we're idiots now. Okay,
yes,
there you go.
Yes,
hey, Peter, you're in charge. I'm leaving for a while. I'll see you guys later.
I'll in the meantime, I'll page Dr. Dunning and Dr. Kruger to see.
Wait, do you understand why? Do you understand why Speed said was a tautology, though, Peter? Did you understand, Tanya?
I understood what you just said. You didn't understand
I made the claim that what he said was a tautology. Right now, does anybody understand why it was a tautology? I can explain it if they're interested, but y'all are not. Y'all just want to talk about something different.
Danny, we're not interested.
Yeah, you see, just you're interested in being
ignorant. And I doubt you would be able to explain it.
Well, you're right. Going back to my other claim, y'all are dumb, so you can't understand.
Yes, paging Dr. Dunning and Dr. Kruger.
Okay. What is? Let me try again. What does saying something is a tautology? What does it accomplish? Can't you just have the fucking? Hold on, I'm fucking talking. Can't you just have the fucking conversation? Rather than saying, "Oh, that's a tautology." Who gives a shit?
The tautology points out a triviality. That means Speed is not saying anything much.
Bit like you.
Do you know what a tautology is, Midnight?
I don't care right now. Okay.
Yeah, you see, you don't even know, and you're making criticisms. This is how of an idiot you are.
Hey, Danny. Okay,
yeah,
I don't know. Hold on. Oh, big man, right? Sit down, big man.
You're making claims that I am just gaslighting you when you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because go ahead, Peter.
I doubt Danny knows what he's talking about.
No, I do know what a tautology is. Do you know what a tautology is, Peter?
Okay.
Is there Danny? In the sentence, I am not interested. Is there anything you do not understand? Because I think that I could explain that to you.
You are very interested because you agreed with Speed's assessment that I'm not smart enough to understand what Speed said.
So when I say I am not interested, from that you derive that I am interested. That is
you're
surprising.
lying.
Wait, hold on. You want to know what a tautology is? Okay, the saying of the same thing twice in different words, generally considered to be a fault of style. E.g., they arrived one after the other in succession. Is that what a tautology is?
Something that is necessary is or always true, can't be false, is a tautology. So redundancy, which what you pointed out, is a form of tautology, but when you talk about propositions that are tautological, all I'm saying there is that it's necessarily true.
Look. I wanna pull the room here. All right. In Discord, right? I had a conversation with Danny, suggesting that he should change the way he approaches conversations, because even if his points are valid, no one is going to take him seriously because of the way he presents himself. He said, I could not substantiate this claim. I gave him an example of cult leaders and con men who were able to present their points well enough for other people, for other people to be convinced. Was I wrong?
Yeah.
I wasn't asking you.
Okay, let everyone answer. Oh, looks like no one cared enough to listen.
No, I don't think he's wrong.
Thank you.
What do you think he was saying, Peter?
Wow.
The thing that I said earlier is that
you see, he's dodging the question. He didn't listen to you, Midnight.
He's trying to answer, Danny. Knock it off.
No, he's not. Listen to him. Go ahead, Peter.
I need to calm down.
Oh, am I allowed to talk? How nice.
Yes, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, he's not going to say anything relevant to what you said, Midnight.
I want to acknowledge this. How incredibly nice of you to let me speak, Danny.
Go ahead.
It's obvious that you are such a revered person that it's up to you to decide whether or not people can talk, and I'm really impressed with the fact that you would
this is boring. Come on, get with it.
Consider me viable to talk. So, in short, what he was saying is that even cult leaders have the ability to explain something to someone else, and you apparently don't. Which is
that's not what he was saying.
Earlier. It wasn't.
Okay. Try again.
No. That is literally what I said.
No, not on Discord. You were characterizing what you said on Discord, which was this. You made the claim, right, that it's always, or that it's important that, let me get the exact phrasing so I don't mess this up, okay? You said exactly these words. How you present yourself matters more than the points that you are making. That was your claim. You decided, so listen up.
Which is also a valid claim.
Thank you.
Also a valid claim.
Thank you.
Yes, because if I would have been in school, and I took it that you are a teacher, Danny. If I would have been in school and you would have been my teacher, I would have learned nothing because you're a dick and no one wants to listen to you.
Now, let's hear how stupid Midnight is. Do you think that supports the claim?
Yes, it does.
It supports the claim.
What was the claim?
You know what, Danny? Like I said, I've been called stupid by the best.
Look,
best.
Let me explain it to you. Unless you want to be irrational. Look, if the claim is this.
Oh, honey, I'm always irrational.
So you said you said, quote, this is Midnight's quote, how you present yourself matters more than the points that you're making. Now, I know what you're not saying is that how you present yourself matters more than the points you're making is sometimes true. You're not saying that. Okay? Because I agree with that.
It's always, Danny, it is always true. Open your fucking eyes. I know. Hold on. I know I'm the fucking blind person in the room, but holy fuck, are you blind?
Okay, no, but you can't support. Look, if I said all frogs,
Danny already confirmed this by telling us why he expresses this kind of behavior the moment that John's in the room or Speed's in the room. He already agreed to that the how you present yourself matters more, because when he goes on a Christian channel, he will have a different behavior. So obviously, even to Danny, it matters more how you behave than the points you are making, because if that wasn't the case, he would come on this channel with the exact same behavior that he has on a Christian channel in order to make his points.
Okay, Thank you. Yes. Midnight, this is why you're stupid.
My question never got answered.
This is why you're stupid, right? Let me explain why you're stupid really fast. When I say
Speed said I was in charge. Speed said I was in charge. Leo, you're up next.
Go ahead.
Leo, I answered the
question.
Hello,
Leophilius. Good to see you here.
I didn't. How's it going? I didn't hear you. I was asking what the original claim was. I don't
Here's
think
what it is.
anybody
How you present yourself matters more than the points you're making. That's the claim. That's
how
the
you
claim.
present yourself matters more than the point. Okay, well, I mean, that's nuance. What do you mean by more than the point? Like,
wait, hold on.
I didn't finish. Making your point can be done in a variety of different ways that either may or may not be related to how you present yourself. This question is like super, super nuanced. What are you all freaking out about?
Okay.
The point is that whatever it means, it can't be always true.
I would agree with that. I would actually agree with that. I think that the truth of the I would argue that the truth of the approach is dependent on the situation that one is in. Different situations may call for different approaches. I think we all can agree with that.
Leo, let's put it in context. Let's say you want to convey something to this room, and you want everyone to listen to you and take you seriously. Would that make you adopt a certain behavior so you would be sure that that would be the case?
Can you repeat that question for me, please? I'm sorry.
Fuck you, Leo.
No.
Let's say I'll say it again because I like Leo. Okay, so let's say you come into this room and you want to make a point, and you want everyone to listen to you and to take you serious.
Yes. Would
you adopt a certain behavior that would ensure that everyone would listen to you and take you serious?
I would try, certainly.
See, that was the point that we were trying.
Hold on.
That was the point that we were trying to make, and Danny didn't understand.
It's not a fallacy.
Hold on. I want to hear Danny's response because I want to hear both sides of the discussion because I think that's only fair. So go ahead.
Fair enough.
When you say X is always true, and you support that with a particular case, it's not going to follow from the particular case to the universal that it's always true. Okay? So example, if I say all frogs are green and point out the frog outside is green, that's not going to substantiate the claim. If you're making the claim that the way you present yourself is always more important than the point you're making, and then give a case in which the way that you present yourself is more important than the claim that you're making, that's not going to substantiate your claim. That's why you're dumbass, Midnight.
Okay, we don't need that.
He called me an idiot, so I'm calling him a dumbass.
Well, I don't. Maybe I did. If I did, whatever. But the point that you're missing here, Danny, is say you have somebody that says, vitamin C17 or whatever the fuck it is cures cancer, and you have like one person, like person A screaming their lungs out that it will cure them, and then you have person B, in a calmly manner explaining the benefits of V17 or whatever. Which one do you think the person, the person is going to go to? The guy screaming that, that they're going to be cured by vitamin C17 or B17? Go ahead.
Can I add something? No, Danny, wait,
answer his question.
Wait a minute, Danny, wait a minute. Can I add something to that, please?
Sure, go ahead, and then I'll respond.
Yes, okay. So the whole thing about his statement that he made on a Discord server was brought up in the context of this conversation. You're again moving the goalposts because none of us is privy of that conversation on Discord. You took out one specific point that he made on Discord in context of what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is conveying a point to other people in the room. So you're again moving the goalpost by saying it is necessarily always true. It wasn't necessarily always true. We were talking about that specific point brought up in the context of the conversation that we were having here. So it's not in general. It was brought up in the context of the conversation here.
Okay, so that's a couple things. to you, Peter, then he wouldn't bring up other cases like like with con men and stuff if he was just talking about cases like on YouTube or in these sorts of settings, right? That's the response to you. Now, the second thing,
I could be mistaken. I could be mistaken, but he didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
I let you talk. This is why
I'm going to correct you. I'm going to correct you like you'd like to do with other people. I'm going to correct you.
Tell me when you're finished.
He didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
Okay. Anyway, to your point, Midnight, you can't give a particular case, or even 5 particular cases, or even 100,000 particular cases to prove a universal. You can't do that.
Yeah, okay.
And we just told you that he wasn't.
That's called the anecdotal fallacy.
Cool.
And we just told you that you brought it up in context of this conversation, so we're not looking for universal. We're talking about something that is applicable to the conversation that we're having here right now. You are the one, Danny, who's constantly moving the goalpost in order to win, because apparently you still keep losing, and the obvious proof of you losing for me is that you then assort to ad hominem attacks.
Yeah, I don't know what this gibberish generator is saying. Anyway, Midnight, do you understand the fallacy?
Obviously, you don't understand,
Midnight, do you understand the fallacy?
And that's why you can't have a conversation, because
Midnight, do you understand the fallacy?
You refuse to listen.
Are you going to hide behind Peter? I think you are. Do you understand your fallacy?
I mean,
there was no fallacy.
I know, Peter. I was so tempted to use the N-word, but I stopped myself. Knock it off, Eddie. I am not hiding behind Peter.
Well, then answer the question.
Hold on. Let me try to get.
There's no reason to hide behind me.
Do you see your fallacy? You can't prove a universal from a particular.
There is no fallacy, because you moving the goalpost from a particular to a general.
You're just letting Peter protect you. Answer the question, Midnight.
Is what is happening here.
Peter, I love you, but can you please shut up? Okay, sorry. It's just to have this little pipsqueak.
That always works. Go ahead.
Danny. Okay. The reason why I brought why I brought it up is because from my interactions with you and your interactions with your interactions with other people, how you present yourself, the way you're presenting on now, people, some people may like you just because they like you. I don't know, but it's just one of those. It's not. I can't even concentrate while you're on camera.
I think I can put it in words in a way that you actually meant to say it. So I like listening to conversations with Darth Dawkins just because of the dumpster fires. That is exactly how I like listening to Danny. He's as relevant. He's as intelligent. He's as capable of conveying his ideas as Darth Dawkins. Well, but he's good for a dumpster fire.
Well, look, I'm fine. I'm gonna use an anecdotal, evidence here. Like for me, in order to have better conversations with people, I had to change the way I approach things. You know what I mean? I had to change the way I speak. I had to change the way I typed. You know what I mean?
You're just presupposing a problem. I don't see a problem.
Bingo. Leo, remember our private conversation? I told you exactly that. Remember?
I don't see. Look, this is enjoyable for me.
How am I presupposing a problem? Like I see.
Do you think there needs to be revision?
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Leo. I'm done.
Leo, say something, because this is going to devolve in Dunning-Kruger. Danny Kruger. I'm going to call him Danny Kruger from now on.
What's a tautology, Leo?
That's not what I'm responding to.
I was trying to change the subject. Go on then.
So Danny is saying that you can't extrapolate from a particular to a universal, and that is true. The point that I think both Peter and Midnight are saying is that they weren't necessarily referring to something that's a universal.
Exactly.
Not in the Discord. This was you weren't here, Leo, but me and Midnight were arguing on Discord. And
that is true. I may have missed many things.
Which none of us are privy of, and
I
which
have the
you
screenshots.
brought. None of us are privy of that conversation. You picked on a specific point in that conversation and said it was relevant to the conversation that we were having here, which means that we're not going to go from a particular to a general because it's not applicable in the conversation that we're having here.
Peter, he has the screenshots.
Look.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it.
I have screenshots.
Okay,
not relevant either.
I'm gonna read it out.
No. You don't. I will.
Leo, it's your turn. Leo, it's your turn.
One of the criticisms.
Oh, damn! You're killing my ears. Don't do that, Leo.
You're doing that mic thing again.
Just speak, Leo. Speak.
I will.
Bring some sanity to the room, please.
This is one of the criticisms I have of Danny, because I have been known to do the same thing. This is not necessary. That's going to come off as pretentious, and it's going to turn people off of what you're saying. Just some constructive criticism.
Are you talking about me? Wait, will you see?
This
Peter,
action you were doing. Hey,
yeah,
you know what?
yeah.
I get it.
Peter was making a claim that I was changing the goalpost, so I was responding.
Leo, I should just let you know it's been going both ways for a
All
while.
right. You know what? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to get the screenshots myself. Give me a minute.
Yeah. So look, the point is that
the only thing I was trying to say is this is not necessary.
Oh, this is so necessary. This is what Peter does, just gibberish generator.
I'm completely confused. Leo, you are my favorite angry guy on YouTube. Why the fuck are you so calm? What happened?
Why am I...
Stop that, Leo.
For the benefit of our blind audience members, if there are any now or in the future, the hand signal that's being being talked about here is two hands that are kind of opening, closing like a couple of mouths that won't stop talking.
Oh, wow! What a good guy. Thanks, Randolph.
Yeah, you're the one who made the sign language, Danny. But
no, I'm glad that it's just funny that you would have thought about the people that are only listening to the audio.
I need to be on camera. I recently learned the sign language for help.
Yeah, no.
Just say.
Wait,
Look,
okay.
You know what it is?
Look, let me agree. Let me agree with Leo to some extent. Midnight, were you making a universal claim? Yes or no on Discord?
Was I making? I'm not even on Discord.
I'm talking to Midnight.
Hold on. I'm going to read off the conversation. Okay.
You know what you meant, though. We can just ask you.
Well,
did you mean to give a universal claim? Yes or no? You said earlier in
hold
this
on.
always.
Yeah, it is literally always true, and how you present yourself matters more.
Yeah,
okay, than the valid
he can't
point.
Support that. There's no way for him to support that.
I'm done. I'm fucking done. You are retarded.
Anyone who knows anything about teaching knows that he's right.
Hey.
Thank you.
So it is true that arguing that it is in every instance more important or more that you have a greater imperative to present yourself well than to make your point is a
I love you, Leo. I love you right now.
That is a universal statement. And it is also true that particular situations may not always necessarily align with that universal.
So, oh my fucking god, I could kiss you.
Hang on.
He's disagreeing with you. He's disagreeing with you, Midnight. You don't even realize it. You're so motivated. It's crazy.
Small correction to Leo. To be fair, Midnight didn't say that it was to present oneself well. He just said how. He didn't qualify whether that meant angry, upset. He didn't mean any of those qualifications.
Yes.
Well, which nothing turns on that, Simos. Thanks for your contribution.
Which is fair enough. I should have written this. I should have written it better. I should have said like
midnight. Hold on.
Right.
I mean, Danny is such an intelligent guy. His IQ is bigger than all of us combined here. He should have known that.
I'm actually curious, Danny. Do you know what your IQ is?
I do agree.
I don't know. I don't want to know. It's probably pretty low.
I do agree with what
I didn't get to finish what I was saying though.
Oh, I thought you
Sorry, Leo.
that it was a general.
So I think there's a little bit of talking past each other going on here.
No shit.
Frankly.
Just a little.
It's
You think? You think, Leo?
If somebody is saying that there is some way in which to go about a situation that which should always be done in any instance that the situation is undertaken, that is something that would be considered a universal, at least within the context that we're speaking. I don't think that it's true to argue that every situational experience will necessarily fall under that particular universal, that there may be instances where it doesn't apply or instances where it's not useful. So, but like I said, it seems to me that we're almost speaking black and white, that either it's always important or that it never is. I don't think that's what either side here is trying to say, that there are instances where the manner in which you present yourself in a discussion will play into whether or not you make your point. But I would argue, and I know this because I've had to do this with, say, Otangelo, there are times where making your point honestly is a little bit more important than trying to, because when I think of conducting yourself or, the manner in which you're conducting yourself, I'm thinking of something that would be typically something that you ought do. So you ought be respectful and kind and compassionate and
no, Leo, stop.
I didn't finish. I didn't.
Okay, but I want a strongman. I want a strongman Midnight's position, because this is where the disconnect is.
Finish. He just needs another 10 seconds, I think.
Yes.
Or something like that.
If that's not the case, then I don't know if we would be dealing with a universal in that instance.
I can strongman Midnight's position, so let me
Strong man, not straw.
Strong
Steel
man.
man.
Steel man. Okay, I'm Dutch. Disconnect.
That's fine.
Okay. So what he is saying that it is important, the way you behave is important in order to make your point is even more important. That does not mean that there is a universal behavior to make your point. Sometimes you may need to be calm and collect like you are right now, Leo, even though you're the angry guy. You're completely out of character now. But sometimes you need to be angry in order to make your point. Yes. Which is literally what Midnight is saying, which is a universal. It just doesn't mean that the approach is always the same.
Look, if you say sometimes X, sometimes Y, that's not like, or sometimes... Like if
it isn't about how you conduct yourself. It is the manner of conducting yourself is important. How you are conducting yourself is different in different situations. It is still more important to adopt a state of being in order to make a point, and that is more important. And that is literally what everyone does. If you, Danny, are the biggest example in the room for this, because you adopt a different state of being when you're going into a Christian room than when you're confronted with either Speed or John, and I think after this also me. So yes, you prove the point every single time you come into this room acting like an asshole because you want to piss people off. It is more important for you how you conduct yourself than the points you're going to make. You are making the point Midnight made every single time you join a room.
That's a tautology, please.
Yes.
Peter, I wish I could hug you right now.
Hold on, can I ask? Wait, but what?
I want to ask your questions. Leo, that's not the proper way to talk in tongues.
No.
Oh, come on!
Don't make me go Paulo White up in here. I will go Paulo White up in here.
Hey, honey, come on! Get your point out, honey. Come on.
Well, I think Danny's correct in that.
Lose my point.
No.
Okay, can I say my point before I lose it?
Yeah, go ahead, honey. I'll stop saying that. Go ahead, Leo.
If you use the word all, I mean that sounds like a universal to me. But hey, what do I fucking know about the English language?
Right.
Jesus Christ. Danny, when you talked about tautology, did you mean it in the philosophical sense more broadly or specifically the logical sense?
I think the logical sense is the philosophical sense.
Jesus Christ, Theo.
I think
there's two different types of tautology.
I broadly, a tautology is just that which can't be false.
Well, I would argue that that's
That's not what you said earlier, Dan.
Of it, or the philosophical
it all
sense.
look. It can't. It
No, hold on. No, I worded it wrongly. I'm sorry.
Wait, Randolph did say it's not what I said, but it means the same thing. If I said it always is true, that means it can't be false. Does mean the same thing.
Yes. I said it the wrong way, but wow, I'm an idiot.
Thanks for clarifying, Danny.
Where I said
Leo, mind your words.
What I was trying to distinguish it with is the more, I guess you could say, a linguistic version.
Like redundant. There's redundancy, right? Like if I said I'm going to go get an alcoholic whiskey today, that's not a tautology, but I'm being redundant, right?
Yes.
It could, right. So we want to. I think that there's redundancy.
Someone should clip that. I'm being redundant. Then you just said that.
I'm hoping Leophilius will talk in tongues and say tautological tautology.
I think there's two ways of saying it. There's tautological and there's tautologous. I think I've heard tautologous before.
Someone asked a question in the chat. So
Tautological tautology. That's what I meant to say.
The question is from Lena, and she says, "What is in the world is the difference between the two tautologies?"
Why are we going down this road?
I don't know.
That was a question. That was a question from the chat from Leonard.
Yeah, what you mean? Well, look, if some people might say that like an alcoholic whiskey is a tautology.
Leo, can you explain it, because we've already discovered that Danny is terrible at explaining things. So Leo, can you explain it?
I don't think he is, but the distinction I was trying to make was between the philosophical definition of a tautology. I said logical and philosophical. That's not what I meant. I misspoke. I meant like the logical or the philosophical, the same thing. And the more mathematical sense of a tautology, which is x equals y or x does not equal y, where some formula or axiom or theorem or what have you is true in every possible interpretation, whereas in the philosophical sense would be, Danny had it correct, tautologous, which would be like a needless repetition of the same sentence in different words, or redundancy.
Well, I think that's the more colloquial usage, right? I think the mathematical sense that you said, that's the logical sense.
Yeah, that would be the
philosophy. But some people colloquially say stuff like an alcoholic whiskey is tautology. What they mean there is redundant. It's not really a tautology, because alcoholic whiskey is not true or false. Right?
Yeah.
Saying alcoholic whiskey is not true or false, it's just redundant.
Like bunny rabbit hair.
Mm-hmm. It's true or false whether or not alcoholic whiskey contains alcohol.
What? What?
That's true or false. It's true or false whether or not alcoholic whiskey contains alcohol.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. But just saying alcoholic whiskey, I mean, what you mean by alcoholic whiskey is that there's whiskey has alcohol.
This is literally like throwing a tennis ball at a bunch of puppies and see them jump after it. I just make a stupid remark, and Danny will go into a serious explanation of what I just said.
Yeah, I forgot there's some non-serious interlocutors in here.
This is incredibly funny.
Okay, Danny, we were, lighten up. Sometimes a joke is just a joke, or cigar.
I'm not the one that lost my temper today.
And sometimes a joke will help. And sometimes a joke is beneficial to the conversation, because
Danny,
it will get it back. It will get it back from becoming a dumpster fire and becoming a decent conversation.
I gotta say this. I do think that there was a bit of using Danny as a bit of a punching bag from time to time in this.
That happens.
Overall, there's stuff going back and forth, and.
But Randolph, what you don't seem to know is that Danny pretty much is the punching bag on this channel, and he made himself to be that.
It's kind of sad.
The way he's addressing the owner of the channel. And one of the main guests.
No, hold on, Leo.
That'll do that to you.
Yeah, Peter. Danny desires to be a punching bag.
Yes. He expressed desire into becoming that.
Yeah, let's.
And he has told us earlier in this stream that was literally what he was doing.
Yeah.
And so what he's doing now, for instance, I think is the best representation of Danny so far, because he's talking while muted, and I think it makes him a lot more likable than the Danny we've seen during the entire stream.
Peter, you're pretty clever, but no, I think Midnight's my punching bag. Peter's my punching bag.
Yeah, please, honey.
Speed is my punching bag. John is my punching bag. I think I'm the punching bag.
So what you're saying, Danny, is that I still need to work. I still need to work on how I represent myself.
Well, no, Danny.
Because I'd like to become a punching bag someday.
Well,
because
you already are.
I think.
Well,
Peter,
no.
It's easy, Peter. Just talk with Darth Dawkins.
No. Okay. I want to say something.
Don't talk over me, Randolph. Randolph, don't talk over me.
That's not too
Can I please get? Wait, what?
I mean, that's like asking, can God make weights that he can't lift? I mean, that really is.
I don't know, but I was trying to say is that I find it cute how
Midnight, you're over talking me. Midnight, you're over talking.
Well, you're over talking me. I'm trying to.
Peter, why didn't you screen my interlocutor? You should have screened my interlocutor.
Okay, can I please get a word in edgewise? Can I please get a word out? I'm trying to say something here.
Don't mute him again.
Oh, I forgot that one. That was funny. Where'd you get these people from?
MK, I need moderation.
Okay.
Can someone take away Darth's mod powers?
Midnight, your turn. Everyone quiet.
Okay. All I was trying to say is that I find it cute and adorable how Danny... Seriously?
So funny.
Jesus
Get that
Christ.
audience member out of here. You gotta mute these people.
I will try again. Okay.
You just need to say, I'm talking.
I'm talking.
All
I
Get
was
these people out of
trying...
here or he's leaving. No.
Yeah, all I... all I am trying to say is that I find it cute and adorable how Danny thinks we're his punching bag when he's ours. Like,
Wait,
you know,
I called you out.
Shut up! I'm talking.
I called you out on a fallacy. You were the.
Okay,
good for you. You didn't know how to react.
Good for you. You punched me in the face. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
and
so
sit
that
down.
makes you the punching bag, Midnight.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You just admitted it. Thank you.
Danny, you just admitted that you're the punching bag a moment ago.
Yeah. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I'm not.
Okay. No. You're always the punching bag. Know your place in the order.
Like when Speed kicks me out of the room, I take that to be.
Wait a minute, Midnight. Are you saying that that's a universal? Are you saying that that's universal? Because I have to steel man Danny on this, because he's not always the punching bag. He's not the punching bag on the Christian channels. He's only the punching bag on this channel.
No! You strawman me, Peter. I wasn't saying that it's a universal. Okay? So fuck off,
guys. Hey.
I was just expressing the desire to say something.
Hey.
Leo, I'm going to be deaf after this. Don't do that.
Yeah. Like
You're over talking me.
I can do this too, and I'm louder.
You're over talking me. Please don't over talk me.
Look, it's all fun and games until I go deaf. Okay. But all I'm saying is that Danny is always the punching bag.
You are blind to what stuff's gonna be.
Wow, Leo, really? Ableist now? Yeah, I can be racist, but I'm not going to.
You have chosen wisely.
One thing I would like, because Speed doesn't have the sound now, which is funny with his name, but he said I don't have sound. If he's going to listen back to this, he's going to regret that he left the stream open, I think.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
We can actually call him Speed of Mute.
Yeah.
Or is he has Speed of Sound gone to sleep? The stream's going to run for 24 hours if he sleeps long enough, kind of thing.
Yeah.
No, he was watching Watching WandaVision.
He said he's not listening.
Okay.
He's keeping an eye on the screen, but he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah.
Approach, I feel.
Yeah, and Danny, to your comment before that I lost my shit, you lost your shit many times on here on this channel.
I don't know what that means. I was always in control of myself.
Hold up.
A good answer, actually.
Hold up.
Wait a minute. Darth Leo, you've got the microphone.
Peter, you're over talking. Oh, I can't stop now. Anyway, Danny has, I would argue, lost his cool. He says he was in control of himself. I know that's bullshit because I'd say that about myself, even though I really wasn't in control. All I'm going to say, Danny, I like you, but you can't bullshit a bullshitter.
Wait, especially not today. I don't think there's anything I've regretted.
No, see, regret and like losing your cool are two completely different things.
No, I think they go hand in hand, right? They go hand in hand. The idea.
Well, yes. Hey, yes. If you feel you've conducted yourself well, you're not going to have any regrets. But whether or not you feel you're conducted yourself well does not mean that you either did or did not have regrets.
No, Leo, wait a minute. Danny just made a universal statement, so I think Danny needs to tell us what he has done today before he went on, and so did it involve other people, or was he just secluded in his little white room there? So what have you done today, Danny, that you're so incredibly proud of before you?
He didn't say he was proud of anything. He just said he has no regrets.
I didn't lose my temper or anything during this stream, and I don't remember the last time
you said you didn't regret anything you did today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You never had a day like that?
Yeah, so that wouldn't necessarily entail that you're proud of it. I get it. My bad. I'll take that back.
Well, I would agree with that.
Because there are probably lots of things that you do, Danny, that you're not incredibly proud of. I acknowledge that.
Yeah, there are things that I've regretted things before. Absolutely.
Kind of like God with the flood and things.
What flood? There was never a flood.
You think he regretted that?
No, he regretted making humans. That's why he drowned them.
What? No
and
flood.
The babies.
You can't substantiate that.
Well, I'm obviously referring to this in the same way that I would refer to Harry Potter killing Voldemort. I mean,
basically, yeah.
We all know it didn't happen, but it is a situation in the book.
It didn't happen. They're actors.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I think that was the point.
Oh yeah, no, it's unlikely to miss the point. Yeah.
You know what? This stream has been fun, despite.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because despite me losing.
If we keep it in the Harry Potter style, I think Danny was Peter Pettigrew.
I have no idea.
Somewhere along those lines.
Yeah, I never read nor watched Harry Potter, so.
I'm Dumbledore.
Can you put that into literature? I'd understand. Something from Mary Shelley, maybe.
Gotta see if he's.
Do y'all want to actually talk about a real topic? Or
yeah, I was literally just about to go there until you fucking talked over me, Danny, you little fucker.
I just got here. What did you want to talk about? Is it science? Otherwise, I'm going.
We need to screen these people. We need to screen these people.
Leo, you gotta stop doing that. Seriously.
Well, then let me fucking talk, and I won't have to. Anyway, I.
Now we can't hear you. That's.
I'm not using a script.
Do I need to get closer to my mic?
Leo, stop.
Leo, damn, stop it.
Well, then don't tell me you can't hear me.
No, we can't hear you now.
Yes, you can.
You're either too loud or too silent. It literally, if you go back to this later.
I know you can fucking hear me. I'm not stupid.
Peter, he's trolling you, man.
If I turn the sound up, and I'm not going to turn the sound up because you're going to hold that microphone close to your mouth again and blow my ears off.
Anyway, if you can't hear me, that's your own damn fault.
It's a little bit better. Move the microphone up just a half an inch.
No. Okay. Say Squizzlemump if you can hear me well.
Squizzlemump.
I've heard that if you talk about.
I said it.
I've heard that if you talk about Darth Dawkins 3 times positively, his minions will show up in the chat.
So
wasn't one already here?
Oh my god!
Sorry.
Can I please get to this topic? This is kind of funny.
Leo, you have the
I can't
floor.
hear you that well. You need to move it up a little bit.
We'll give you a countdown, all right?
What topic?
It's too bad.
Leo, you have the floor.
Fuck Christ. Randolph, did you screen these interlocutors? I don't think you screened these interlocutors.
I'm too busy working on my script.
Jesus Christ, I love you guys.
Anyway, I commented on one of good old Quantum John's posts. That's what I'm calling John Maddox now, Quantum John.
Oh God.
Speed, if you can hear me, get to your fucking computer and let me know when you're here so I can share my screen. I don't know if he's listening though, so I'm also gonna text him.
No, he said text me if you need moderation. Yes. Sharing a screen would be considered moderation, right? Because the mod of the channel does that.
I'm doing that now.
So you need to text him.
Modern Day Debate tried to arrange a debate between me and John Maddox, and I said, okay, atheism is normal, and that's a topic I suggested. His response was a different topic entirely.
What was it?
Plausibility versus incredulity, which is not really a debate topic, since debaters always tend to think that they have a plausible position, at least. So it's more of a conversation topic. It didn't end up happening.
Why would you want to debate John Maddox?
What the fuck do you want?
I need you to share my screen.
Randolph is a well-known masochist, Kelly.
And speed. If you're not aware, you're missing some great content.
Oh,
yes,
God.
Just saying.
He's married.
I don't think I'm missing much. I don't know.
You did.
I had a choice between WandaVision and Weenie Vision.
Is John Maddox switching over to Islam? That's kind of looking a bit Islamic here.
So I hope everybody can read this. What it says here is, and it's from 9 hours ago, from illogical, implausible, improbable, otherwise known as Quantum John.
Really?
That's Lil Pee-Pee.
I can't even go for like 10 seconds. Anyway, anyone want to guess the most likely explanations for all this? While reading a book on this subject, I remember staring at the pages in incredulity. Honestly, the different theories being put forth to explain this phenomenon require such extremes of perfection. Any semblance of plausibility is non-existent. But go ahead, Evos. Please take the time to repeat hypothetical consensus. And it says, we're told and apparently this is one of Quantum John's poems, we're told the moon formed when a giant object hit our planet at the perfect angle, at the perfect speed, has a perfect orbit, creates perfect ocean tides, and makes life possible by balancing Earth's tilt. It sounds like BS to the hilt. And my first comment was, in response to that, because I knew what he was referring to, and it was, that's not at all what the Theia collision hypothesis states, but I wouldn't expect you to have understood it or really looked at the hypothesis before commenting on it in the first place.
Oh God, 6 replies.
Some of the comments that came after that. Leo, I'm going to give you a pass because of your problem with being a hyper-literalist, or whatever. That's a tongue-in-cheek poem, which is not stated in anywhere. There are different models than just the one you referred to. So, and then he said,
and then there's more. Hold on, there's more. Read more.
There is one like that. 3, the math has been done as to what would have had to happen for a variety of scenarios. And I responded, the other models don't fit the mathematics of general relativity, which they don't, and do not explain the observations we make, such as the fact that the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, and its orbit is in the same direction and almost identical to the rotation of the Earth, both of which are true. They also don't explain why the surface of the moon has a chemical structure very similar to the Earth. The Theia collision hypothesis explains all of these, and is mathematically consistent with the equations of general relativity. And that is true. In short, the Theia collision hypothesis has all the marks of an accurate model of some observed phenomenon, consistently explaining why we make the observations we do. However, it will likely never arrive at the position of scientific theory because we can't actually see it happen, given that the collision, if that's how the moon formed, happened 4.2 billion years ago. And he just
you don't know how to shut off this hyper-literal part of your brain, do you? I'm guessing. Go ahead, Leo. I was reading it for you. Sorry.
It's very nice of you to try to educate him, but I think the problem is he needs different drugs.
Wow.
So he says, wow, you don't know how to shut off that hyper-literalist part of your brain, do you? I'm guessing the whole point being made is lost on you. The point that he was making is that things like the Theia collision hypothesis, which is explicitly what the poem talks about. We're told the moon formed when a giant object hit our planet, yada, 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 rama, rama, ding, dong. And I responded with, your point is that the Theia collision hypothesis isn't predictive or explanative. Your point is that you think it's bonkers. Yes, I got that word from Erica. I've shown that to be an inaccurate assessment. Apparently, I don't know what I read or what I typed myself. I've shown that to be an inaccurate assessment given that the model conforms to our observations of reality and is mathematically consistent with concurrent physical theories. And he responded, Leo, I'm trying to be nice about hyperliteralism. I still don't know what that means or what he means by it. Reread what I stated, not on the image before that.
Wait, hold on. I think I know what he's trying to say with that. Like he just says that was a poem. It wasn't really meant to be taken seriously. He took not poetic justice, artistic liberty. You know what I mean? It's just a poem. It's a.
Sure. I don't really think that that's the case. I think he just doesn't know how to respond anyway. He said.
Well, I'm just telling you what he's trying to say. Maybe he might not mean it.
I think the real joke here is that a guy who no one takes seriously is actively trying not to be taken seriously, which I think is
good point.
Which supports my wrong drugs hypothesis.
I'm just saying that's something that you pull out there, Leo. Yeah.
Maybe
I don't think little Peepee even knows what he did there.
I don't think so. But he says, for 1 second, try to use your brain to look beyond the myopic literalism that you are cursed with. And I responded, wait, so you weren't implying that these models have no plausibility? Need I remind you, any semblance of plausibility is non-existent.
I would have said, are you a physicalist? I would have asked him, are you a physicalist?
I didn't finish. Notice how he hasn't responded and it's been 6 hours.
Gone to sleep.
And that's not the only one. Oh, I had a couple responses to Fraud Matt. Where were they? I think they and yeah.
Fraud Matt.
Fraud Matt.
That.
He so this is the comment, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. He said, which model of moon's formation do you quote unquote believe, and why does one have to quote unquote believe in it rather than there being a unified confirmation? I mean, if it was a fact, you would think there would be a consensus, right? I mean, we do not argue over gravity anymore, right? Yet look at all the opposing theories for the moon. There really aren't any.
I fucking hate that rhetoric. Like,
most planetary scientists accept the Theia collision hypothesis. So which do you hold to, and why do you again quote unquote believe that one over the others? If you do believe in one, does that not take faith since it is not established? And I'm going to go immediately to my response because I think it sums up his lack of any ability to rationally think at all. I see you don't understand what belief is as a doxastic position held on a given proposition, but you're not very bright, so I wouldn't expect you to have any understanding of basic epistemology.
Learned a new word.
What an idiot.
He really is dumb.
Says the guy who goes into the base and gets slaughtered. Yeah, your opinion really matters.
Read the whole thing. It's fucking hilarious.
Leo, did he refer to that piece of garbage as a poem? Is that he said? He did.
No. He said it's a poem. Maddox said.
John Maddox did.
Yeah. Okay.
But Midnight, do you want to read this?
Yeah. Okay. Read it. Yeah. Says the guy who goes into debates and gets slaughtered. Yeah, your opinion really matters. Ha ha ha! You can't even talk about a subject without almost crying or screaming. What?
Do you think?
Hold on.
Do you think he'll take Quantum John as a compliment?
Probably, but hold on. Meds are your only future, which would actually really help you. You would recognize that people like Speed of Pudding are like the lowest quality humans on Earth to hang around. Hey, okay, hold on. Hey, Raw Matt. Okay, why don't you, rather than fraud, whatever. rather than just eating fruit, why don't you eat some real fucking food? Because every time I see you, you look so unhealthy. What the fuck?
And another thing, I think he needs to grow a beard because he's going to get punched in the face sometime. And according to him, having a beard will lower the impact. And that is literally why we develop beards. So he needs to grow some.
I got a response to that comment he gave here that I think
go ahead.
Pretty apt. I see you opted to resort to ad hominems instead of addressing anything I actually said. This is indicative of an individual who actually doesn't have a cogent response to an objection or statement made, and so resorts to attacks on their interlocutor's character as a means of attempting to discredit them. This is not only fallacious, but demonstrates a dishonest character on your part and a lack of intellectual capability to provide substantive objections to a point being made.
So Leo, I have to ask because I don't think he's paying attention. Danny, did you hear this last part? Can you read it out for Danny one more time?
Yeah, you should definitely read it out again.
And Danny, I know it's going to be really tricky, but can you try and listen to what Leo's saying?
Sorry, read your comment again, Leo.
I'm not responding. I'm not okay. I guess I can read it again. I see you opted to resort to ad hominems instead of addressing anything I actually said. This is indicative of an individual who actually doesn't have a cogent response to an objection or statement made, and so resorts to attacks on their interlocutor's character as a means of attempting to discredit them. This is not only fallacious, but demonstrates a dishonest character on your part and a lack of intellectual capability to provide substantive objections.
Yeah, what does that have to do with me?
That's what I'm wondering too, because I'm talking about fraud.
Remember the conversation we had earlier where you were talking to Simos?
When I call him an idiot or an asshole?
You do remember, don't you?
But that doesn't mean it's an ad
It
hominem.
takes a little time for you to get your brain
You're just
working.
conflating an ad hominem and a fallacy with an insult.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't booted Danny for about a half an hour now. Can I boot him?
To be fair, Speed, he has been silent for quite a while, so he's doing better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are actually making progress with him.
I have a question for Leo. Could you describe to me the two superpositions that John Maddox forms?
What?
What?
Well, you said he's quantum, John, right?
Oh, yeah. That's because he thinks he
Oh.
understands quantum mechanics and he doesn't. He's a consciousness causes collapse individual.
Oh, don't get me started on that, please.
No. I understand what's being said there. We don't need to go into any deeper explanation. Okay.
But I know Speed is sharing Randolph's Conservapedia article, which is actually kind of impressive. I'm not going to lie.
Interesting.
It's
President
great.
of the Canadian Atheist organization that promotes peaceful advocacy and public discourse. And okay, you know what? I'm actually going to read it. Okay, Randolph Richardson. Randolph serves as the founder and president of the Canadian Atheist organization that promotes peaceful advocacy in public discourse and the concerns for rights of atheists and stopping the vilification of atheism. He calls himself an advocate for freedom and rights, all of which seems consistent with his organization's slogan: true northern strength and free.
They start off well, but then it starts getting crazy.
What do you mean by
let me finish reading. Some of his controversial advocacy is for abortion throughout all 3 trimesters, and he is opposed to holding pregnant women responsible for having an abortion in the name of freedom. His view is that this is a matter of human rights, but he's highly selective about this because he refuses to recognize the human rights of the unborn child. Okay. He is known in atheist circles for wanting to redefine atheism. Jesus Christ, I'm getting Steve McRae flashback. Don't get me wrong, I like the guy, but
the highlighted part is the real zip one.
Yeah, I just want to read the entire.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, hang on. There's something else. There's something wrong here. I've just noticed something wrong. Go ahead, Abe. Go ahead, Midnight.
Okay. He is known in atheist circle for wanting to redefine atheism by promoting it as a lack theism position, but this hasn't been well received because most atheists don't agree with him on this definition. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, knows what all atheists agree on. Sure.
That is incorrect, of course, because most atheists are not hard atheists like themselves. They are actually black theists, like general rule. That's by far the law.
And regularly agree with him on this definition, and regularly argue with him about it, especially on Twitter, especially in Twitter fights, despite everyone's best efforts to educate him in real-world philosophy or even with dictionaries. He always dismisses the primary doctrine that there is no God definition that is widely accepted and commonly used by professional philosophers from all walks of life. His usual defenses of the lack theism definition mostly relies on the etymological fallacy, which is a genetic fallacy that holds that the present-day meaning of a word should be the same as its historical meaning.
That's not my position, but that's okay.
Hang on a minute. Randolph, if you pissed Steve McRae off or something?
No, he did that to himself.
Well, that's fair enough. But
wait, hold on. Who did what to himself?
Have you had a beef with him, is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay.
We were going to debate the definition of atheism, and then he engaged in sexual harassment publicly. So I canceled the debate and told him I don't want to have anything to do with him and the other guy who he was doing it with. And then 3 days later, he got all angry and a big huff about that and blocked me. And then 3 days later, he got a restraining order for a nationwide restraining order for sexual harassment from someone he's been harassing for over a year.
Yeah, wow. Casey. Yeah.
So me and you are both wrong, according to him.
Okay, we're talking about Steve.
All I'm saying
in some debates with Christians, some of
all I'm saying this stinks of.
But this has been around longer than I think that. I don't know how long ago that happened, but I think this article's older than that.
Is it? Okay.
The history tells you.
Someone's got to be in their bonnet about that. It hasn't been around.
I'm not worried about this. I think it's hilarious. I thought you guys would find it funny, but this last paragraph is just.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. In some debates with Christians, some of which are posted on his YouTube channel, Randolph also denies that objective morals come from God, and he relies on trickery to convince his audience that God is unnecessary. I'm not too sure about that. Even in his own country of Canada, which is of course a Christian country, according to the Canadian Constitution that states, whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law.
That was that preamble is on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but my understanding it was there so that it would appeal to most of the politicians who were religious at the time, so they would just go ahead with it. Otherwise, get to this debate.
I hate to point this out, but I believe you do have a queen.
That's kind of not where it used to be. We're more sovereign now. That was kind
Agreed.
of yeah.
Technically speaking, I think we're still part of the Commonwealth. Is that not correct?
Yes, we are part of the Commonwealth, and we are a sovereign nation as well, and we do
agreed, but
and we are singular.
Agreed. Yep. It does mean that the Queen,
it's 106,
who is technically in the ruler of the Commonwealth, of course, is known as the defender of the faith.
She doesn't rule by law; she rules by she reigns by convention. So it's not, but like she gives royal assent on the laws, but the laws are set by the legislature here, and there's a whole process and multiple readings and all that.
Of course, I completely agree with all of that. It's in but name only.
Yep.
But in name, you are a Church of England Christian country. I just wanted to point that out.
I'm curious. Who pulled up the page? Speed.
I did.
Can you pull up? Can you pull up the link that I just put in the side chat?
Sure.
Can you hear me?
I thought that article was hilarious when I read it because they got most of it right, but some things are really exaggerated or just plain wrong. It's just that's Conservapedia for you.
and that was Steve McRae's criticism of you, Randolph, that was just being read.
No,
it was
No,
just
that was Conservapedia.
That's a Conservapedia article.
Okay.
Can you put up the page that I just linked to?
And for those who aren't familiar with Conservapedia, that's the religious right-wing alternative to Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
And just to point out how clever these people are, can you scroll down a little where the A is at the top of the screen? So let's see how they list people. So you got Akayara S, and then the next one is Douglas Adams, and then we've got Alexander Pearls. I mean, this is a level of organization that is awesome.
They've got AC under G.
If you go to the category C, look at the one who's at the bottom. It's a Dutch soccer player, Johan Cruyff, who had nothing to do with atheism, yet he's there.
what the fuck?
Oh, Hugh Hefner? Hugh Hefner's in there.
This is hilarious.
Well, Hugh Hefner would be under H because there's no way to get him anywhere else. But I was looking for Seth Andrews under A, but Seth Andrews obviously is under S.
It's under S? Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah, he is. Oh, my God. Oh, what the hell?
Scroll back up.
You know, Peter, it probably has a lot to do with which denomination the article authors are in.
Yes. Obviously, some go by first name and some go by last name, and it's really confusing. And one of the persons mentioned here is under C is celebrity atheists, and it gets funnier. Can you scroll down a little?
It is prominent atheists and adultery.
Yeah. Scroll down a little because some of the atheists have subtitles. So under S we see Michael Shermer and the sexual harassment allegations, and then under D you see David Silverman's loss of public influence. Those are people who probably everyone's aware of in the atheist community.
But what I like is the fact they got PewDiePie in there.
Yeah.
Doesn't even fucking mention it, you know?
I just thought it was kind of cool that I was listening to
under
P. What they wrote was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they got all the Kims in there too. They got the Kim dynasty, Kim Il Sung, Kim Jong Il, Kim Jong Un. They've got the whole dynasty in there.
Can you let's look up Kent Hovind and see what they write about him.
Oh God.
No, Kent Hovind's not an atheist.
No. Look at this Conservapedia. Kent Hovind.
Oh,
Let's just see what comes up.
That's so funny.
So is that?
They do. Wow.
250.
Commonly called Dr. Dino.
And look, they got a young picture of him.
Okay, good night, guys. I'll have a good one.
Degree.
All right, take care.
Peace out.
See
And has
you.
a doctorate
Sorry.
in education from Patriot University. Wow.
Oh, thank God. Danny's gone.
Did they put my picture on? I don't think.
No.
No.
I'm not that.
No.
Now you don't have a doctorate.
Doctoral degree in Christian education from Patriot.
Oh, I love this.
I literally just read that.
Ooh. Down here.
Patriot University institution in college. Isn't that the one that's like on a hill somewhere, a little tiny?
Yeah, it's no longer there. So it used to be a double wide trailer on a hill. They've moved. They've moved. I think they're now part of some kind of actual school.
Do you think they have an article about John Maddox?
Check this out for rewriting. Open the sentence to 10 years in prison on 58 federal accounts of offences, including structuring, taking a certain amount of money from his bank account to give to his ministry. I think you'll find it was the other way around.
Yes.
And obstructing a federal agent, a charge which he received after telling an agent he would pray for him.
Oh my God!
Come on.
So, folks, here it is. Your introduction to one of the internet's propaganda machines from the right wing.
It's beautiful. I think we should do a weekly show.
This is funny. I didn't know that was actually a thing. Hovind was inducted into the Creation Science Hall of Fame.
Oh, it's a thing? Oh no.
Oh, they probably have an article.
No. I need to know where this Creation Science Hall of Fame is and see who's in there.
And who else has been inducted into it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
You know,
that's amazing.
Oh, I can edit this? Can I edit it?
I wonder what they say about site tenure.
If you make an account, I have thought of making an account in order to be able to edit pages and to make new pages and see what happens.
You should upload my picture with some devil horns added. I'm sure they will approve that.
Okay, they mentioned his thesis down here.
I'm kidding. Don't do that.
Oh, come on. In 2009, Hovind's thesis was leaked to the public with the content matching Bartlett's review. Patriot University has stated that they were tricked into releasing the thesis by people claiming to be supporters.
More on the trickery theme, eh?
Oh, yeah, more trickery. By atheist trickery, man. Did you spearhead that, Randolph? Are you the master of atheist trickery?
Oh,
look at the bottom. Look at the Hovind has been criticized by fellow younger creationists for supposedly using arguments that are unsound, both biblically and unscientifically. Supposedly, by the way.
Supposedly.
Even the creationists can't fucking buy it.
Wait. Why is there a $250,000 offer? And is anyone else getting?
Yeah, the offer is no longer available because the guy who put up the money withdrew after Hovind was sent to prison.
Of course.
So that's no longer a $250,000 offer.
Is there $1 million offer for proving astronomy?
No, but there is a $500 million lawsuit against the United States and Hovind's personal
That is so
lawyer.
Seriously, holy shit!
And a few judges, and that has recently been thrown out. And I need to go get. I still have that paper somewhere. The whole court case, why it was thrown out, and I need to go over that sometime.
So on top of that, Ali G actually came up with an argument against Hovind, and he said he basically wouldn't pay out.
Ali G?
Really?
Ali G. Yeah, Ali G.
Ali G, the guy who had him on his show and then asked all the creationists who left the turd in the toilet backstage. That's Ali G?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, no, he turned around to Ken Hovind and Ken Hovind said, I got $250,000 for anybody that prove evolution. And Alan G said, you eat bananas, right?
Yes.
No John Maddox.
Thank God Danny's gone. Good old atheist quote.
Yeah.
I mean, Cafe, that's just never mind. I'm not going to address Cafe.
We've had some good entertainment today, so I don't say that. I would never say that.
I think the reason Cafe is posting comments like that is because he knows that the longer Danny stays in this room, the more people are likely to go and use drugs.
Yeah.
So.
No, I do want to try LSD someday. But
I would think he should at least welcome Danny being in the room because he's more likely to make theists that way.
Well, Cafe and Danny both have something in common, and that's why they're brothers. They were both touched on the doll by Matt Dillahunty. What a
Jesus Christ!
Bad.
That is. Wow.
Oh my God, that's too much, Steve. That's too much. Let's come in.
Okay, can somebody link me the time that Danny called the Atheist Experience? Because I want to watch that.
Sure. It's in a couple of the descriptions of my weather reports, I think, but I can't. Fuck, I don't know where it is now.
Yeah, I know. You have a lot of weather reports. I don't know what the fuck to go.
I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Thanks.
I just watched it the other day.
It's been on there about 15 times, I think.
Why does do they have an article on Minnesota? Is there any kind of religious dispute?
I was wondering this.
Wait a minute.
Same thing.
From the Dakota, Minnesota. I don't think that's actually true. I don't know. I never fucking heard that before. I'm from Minnesota. I lived here all my life.
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
How do you? How do you?
Shouldn't
who makes contributions to this? Right?
Shouldn't
everybody?
Shouldn't that have been Minnesota? That it came from a car?
I don't know. What the fuck? Minnesota's nicknamed the land of 10,000 lakes due to its large number of freshwater lakes.
That's true.
Yeah, but
That's true.
Why are they bringing it up here?
And then they need to mention President Donald Trump did well in Minnesota.
Look at this election fraud.
What does that have anything to do with the state of Minnesota? And why aren't the other presidents mentioned?
Look at Al Franken.
Exactly.
Insight check, midnight insight check.
Al Franken, what?
Yeah, committed election. Al Franken won by just a few votes, and so they're claiming election fraud. So 312 votes, basically.
Oh, I thought he stepped down.
He did step down.
Oh,
but I mean,
sorry, I just noticed. Thank you, Simos.
Yeah, and he has recently said that he really made a mistake by stepping down. He would have been a great presidential candidate for 2020. He would have kicked ass because he's got all the features of Trump, plus he's intelligent. He would have been great.
Oh, anyway. and on the 2020 presidential election, they had a retired construction worker who signed an affidavit.
Oh my God!
Which is important.
One vote. One. That would have tipped the scale significantly.
Yeah. And imagine if they'd made that public. I mean, that is someone that you really need to ask when it comes to voter fraud. A retired construction worker.
Okay.
It's probably.
Okay. Oh, listen. He witnessed a busload of severely mentally handicapped persons who were forced by handlers to vote.
By handlers.
What the fuck?
By handlers.
I didn't hear about this news article. I mean, I live in this place. Oh, this is great. Oh, these guys are just so truthful. Isn't there byline up here something about truth? Oh my God. What the fuck? This is a gem. Amazing.
I'm so glad you guys are having so much fun with this website. I love
it. This is just unbelievable. You guys got to go look up your own states and this shit, and so you get the real news. Because I never heard about this fucking busload of handicapped people that were forced by their handlers into.
By the handlers. I think that's the most significant part in it. They had handlers.
Their attitude.
They had those little nooses like they catch snakes with, and they had them around their necks, and they pushed them into the booth and put them down on the ballot and managed to get their hands to go right on the right dot.
Yes, some of the handlers have been seen with cattle prods in case they wanted to escape to get them back into line.
Now, I wonder, the people writing these articles, do they ever laugh as they're writing it, or?
Oh, they must.
How could they not, man?
They probably got some really good shit that they smoke before they do this.
Yeah.
It is just hilarious, this site. Another good site is rationalwiki.org.
That is good.
That one's got a lot of skeptics and comedians contributing, so you get a lot of humor in a lot of their articles. And they have, like a lot of the people who didn't do very well on Wikipedia because all these religious zealot editors kept cutting off their articles, they just went over to Rational Wiki. It's turned out to be a really good source for a lot of information.
So with someone else, we once had a plan to make a wiki and have some of the things that creationists come up with in that particular wiki, but then adding in our own ridiculous things that we were making up as we went.
Oh,
and
do that on Rational Wiki. They'll welcome it.
No, that never happened. But so let's say someone would make an account here and would start putting in certain claims and see whether or not the creationists are going to pick it up, because they love to watch.
Yeah, and then when they challenge you, say, "How dare you question my sincerity in God?" Like Eric Cartman did on South Park that time. Yeah. And he said he can strike me with lightning now, and everybody stood aside.
It would be funny if you would record that you're posting it there, and then wait until it's picked up by mainstream creationism, and then show the video where you were actually the person who posted it on their wiki. That would be the fun.
I actually pay for this site, Answers in Atheism, but we haven't made any entries yet because we're so fucking busy with everything else. But if anybody wants to come out here and start an account and start posting creationist memes or whatever, basically, I don't know. It's an idea that I have.
That's a PHPBB forum?
Yeah. I pay for it, and it's answersinatheism.com. And we're hoping to take it somewhere. We also have scienceandnaturalism.com. It's the companion site for science articles. And someday we're actually going to have the time to do some content. So we're hoping. But anybody,
I might shoot you a couple of questions because I still have a forum, and I used to run one of those, and I forgot literally everything about it. So. I might need some tips to get mine working again.
Maybe give me a call, contact me privately about this stuff later.
Yeah, I got the idea for using Forum Motion from Otangelo, who has his cat's board posted on this same thing. But this costs like $9 a month for his site, so it ain't that bad. So I thought I'd do it. What the fuck is that? What the fuck?
What?
What the fuck? Okay, if you don't log in, you get these fucking ads, and holy shit. Jesus Christ, I can't unsee that shit.
I didn't even.
I didn't catch it.
Okay. Anyway, so you should create an account so you don't see those fucking ads. God knows what in the fuck did I just see? Oh, I need to go to sleep now.
It's conspiracy.
Are we ending the stream?
I'm still not sure what. I don't know what you just saw. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Good.
It's health quackery.
You wouldn't be able to unsee it. I'm not sure what the fuck it was. It looked like a dildo covered with fucking. I don't know.
It's a finger, and it's
the finger.
But it's meant to look like that, and it's just woo peddling medical quackery nonsense.
Okay,
they're using a crappy advertiser.
I looked away so quickly that it just left that impression in my mind. I guess that shows you where my mind goes. I see a lube on a finger. I don't know what the fuck that was. Anyway, what do I got to pay to get out of this place, guys? How much do I have to pay?
I don't know, but this honestly has been fun.
Yeah.
And so
I'm gonna go and listen to the part that I was watching WandaVision, where you guys were having this great intellectual, in-depth conversation with Danny Boy. Pretty sure you accomplished quite a bit.
Yeah. Something I would like to say, because someone needs to have a look at Leo, because he was far too calm to be asking Leo. So there's something's going on.
Answers in Genesis. When you look back on the stream, I can assure you that you won't be partly disappointed.
Really? Okay, good. I'll look back on it.
Yeah,
I'm hoping for the definition of a tautology somewhere.
I love it. I love it how he just said answers in Genesis.
Answers in Genesis.
I
meant answers in atheism. Sorry.
Yeah.
Next thing you do, slowly they're corrupting Randolph as well.
Yeah.
They're using trickery on you, Randolph.
It's subliminal.
The problem is, and to take a page out of Danny's book, I don't know everything about my own brain.
Yeah, that's the problem. Well, tomorrow there's going to be an entry in Conservative about your faux pas here. You know what you just did.
I apologize for that. I really meant to say answers.
Yeah.
Oh, it stung, Randolph. It stung.
I for sure don't know what's in your own brain.
Yeah. Okay, guys, can we end this?
Yep.
Okay, guys.
Well, let's get us all on the screen first, and so we can all wave goodbye.
So speed. Can I do a quick plug before we end it?
Oh, quick plug.
Okay, let's have a plug from Peter.
Okay, in 10.5 hours, Ra is doing one of his Quran lessons for people who want to know more about the Quran.
Awesome.
He brings in real experts, doesn't he?
Yeah, there are really good people on the panel, and yeah.
Are the people on the panel ex-Muslims or?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Most of them, and every once in a while, an actual Muslim will turn up. Last week, a Christian turned up to defend Allah, but according to Ra, he had drunk a little bit too much reason in order to keep his voice from not slurring.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I have one thing to mention. I'm promoting a new campaign called Normalize Atheism, and there's a website attached to that at normalizeatheism.ca. There's a hashtag we're using, and there's a few organizations behind this now too, which is really nice.
Normalize atheism.
One of which still needs to contribute their logo.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to that. So,
Randolph, what do you mean by normalize?
Yeah, so I mean that we believe it's normal to not believe things, and what we're talking about is like what'll happen is the reaction in society when somebody says they're a theist. It's generally accepted without anybody batting an eye or anything. But when somebody says that they don't believe in deities, the reaction is sometimes one of concern or shock and surprise, as if there's something wrong or we're going to burn in hell or whatever. And what we're asking for is that attitude to change so that people will regard atheists in the same way the theists are regarded, so that we don't get hassled when we tell people we don't believe in deities. That's all we're asking. We think it's quite a reasonable thing to ask for.
Okay, I posted it in my description.
Oh,
we're tired of the persecution, man.
Yeah, we're using a very gentle approach and one that's non-confrontational because I believe that it will be more successful in the long run this way.
Okay. Okay, anybody else have anything before we shoot this in the head and make it undead? Nope. Okay, we're ending the broadcast. Goodbye, cruel world.
Very much. Go Leafs.